Hello everyone, again, thank you for participating in the second day of our conference. We have had some unfortunate cancellations for today. Some people have mailed in saying that they're feeling sick, so we have asked them not to join us at the conference room for everybody's sake. And this is, so we are changing agenda a little. For the first session, the first presentation will be online versus the conventional students of Metropolitan University Achievement Analysis Case Study. And then it will be followed by the psychometric properties of the 21st century digital skills scale. So the first two presentations are changing the order. And the third presentation in the first session will be the one that was planned in the second session, which is a review of gamification in learning impact and outcomes in the computer science domain. After which we'll have a short coffee break, and then we have a second session, and we will announce the order of presentations. I think Milica is preparing probably the agenda to hand out with the modifications that we have, so you can follow that as well. I think we should officially start the day. Our first presentation today is by Alexander Jovanovic from Faculty of Information Technology at Metropolitan University. And his talk is themed Online versus Conventional Students of Metropolitan University Achievement Analysis Case Study. Alexander, please.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Dean, thank you very much for introducing me to the with the paper that I'm going to present to you today. Thank you. So the paper that I'm going to present to you is Online versus Conventional Students at the Metropolitan University, and the achievement analysis and the case study that I have performed while doing the job as a TA with PhD at the Faculty of Information Technology. We'll be focusing both on online and conventional type of students. So the main goal of this paper is to analyze the difference between these two groups of students. Just as a reminder, we were witnessing the outbreak of the corona pandemic, or the COVID-19 pandemic, and the motivation for doing this research was based on the dogmatic view that traditional type of studying, while doing the computer programming courses, such as the ones that include a lot of coding, a lot of interaction between the student and the assistant or the professor, are necessarily better. So this was the starting point to see whether this one was an actual indication of this point of view. But in the course of the research, I did some kind of statistical analysis of these results that I have gained, and it has proven otherwise. So we will, this is just an overview for you to understand the scope of the research. Of course, the sample is as such as at the university, so it's 47 students that have been analyzed. At the Faculty of Information Technology, there are, as said, two groups of students. So the first group of students were the students which were doing the traditional type of studies, if I may call it that way, and the other ones were online students from Belgrade. So this criteria has to be noted because there are differences geographically, of course, but they all belong to the same university, to the same program, and they both have access to materials, both from the from online students to traditional forms of studies per request, and online students have access to online materials and have to deliver their homework and their projects 10 days prior to the exam, when they plan to take the exam. So one of the criteria that was noted was that higher grades of students, so for example 6, 7, and 8 were the parameters for lower grades, and the parameter for the most successful way of doing the whole course on C# was 9 and 10. So this was one group, the other group was 6, 7, and 8. Why was this selected as such? I have noticed, together with my colleague from Belgrade, that usually students prefer doing the 6, 7, and 8 version of the grade range, rather than actually adding a couple of points more or extra to gain the 9 or 10 as a grade. And why was this like this was also one of the reasons to investigate how to motivate them, or how to include whether online or conventional or hybrid mode of studies is better for achieving 9 and 10, because this is our criteria, right? To get the students to be as successful as possible. What happened? So a case study was done with some 30 students who did online studies, and online elective course in C# was, in reality, those were 30 online students and 17 conventional students, or conventional study students, and 2 of them studied in a hybrid mode. So these hybrid mode students, it means that part of the lectures could be done by doing the work at home, and part of it was done by doing the course actually in a traditional way. Of course, one more thing is that we had the outbreak of corona pandemic, so actually most of the traditional ways of studies were done in a hybrid mode, because people were Zoom. People were having this Zoom application which they have used and interacted with the teacher, with TA, or with professor. So this is one restraint that we have in the research, so this has to be taken into account for discussion of the results to follow. As we can see from this table, we have 2 types of students. So we have 17 students that have done the conventional type of studies, and we've got the online, which is like 30, and this sums up to 64% of all students in the whole sample. We can see the distribution in this table of the number of students with demographical and other parameters according to type of studies. And we can see that the female students unfortunately have just 6% in the conventional mode, and 5 students, de facto, 16% in the online redistribution. Well, we have the male students that have almost like 87% of all of the students. This is, of course, to be attributed to the factor that it's an IT-based faculty, and because I have compared similar work with some references that have done the research for online versus conventional, and it's usually coherent with those results. So usually the case is that the majority of students at the faculties of information technology based courses are male students. But we have the distribution of results against the criteria of the year where they were studying. So we have the 2nd year, we have the 3rd year, and the 4th year. And we have access to this data here, both for conventional and for online students. So, on top of that, we have the distribution according to the grades 6, 7, and 8, and the grades, sorry about that, and the grades which were so 9 and 10 per study year. So we have a little number of students who were engaged in accessing, in wanting to get to the higher grade, like with 9 and 10, so which is considered to be problematic. But the most interesting thing is the distribution of the results that we have, and this is connected to the third year students. So, long story short, we have an indication of students which were in the third year of their studies who did the course very well. So the percentage of students who were doing the online course within this group is particularly indicative for the higher grades. This could be attributed to the experienced models that they possess. Usually students from the second grade, so from the second year, are connected or have had courses which are connected to Java, and the students from the third year have access to courses that are connected to the web systems and the front end, and both front end and back end. While the fourth year students had little success, which can be seen from this from the distribution both in the table and in this diagram. So we have the fourth year, the third year, and the second year students, and we have the conventional ones which were blue, and the online students who were distributed within the orange sample. What was interesting is to find out why this occurs. So there is a significant advantage of students indicating very good grades, and this is 70%, so versus 6%. So we have 17% of online students that have scored better results in comparison to only 6% of the whole sample, with students who did the conventional type of studies. So the question which I would like to raise is why this was happening. Can this be attributed to the specific conditions that we had over the past 2 years? So this was a major finding, but then I did the statistical analysis by using the chi-square test, which can be seen at the figure 3. And we have the second year, the third year, and the fourth year students. Then we will see that we have the comparison of the significance of those results. And so it's so the chi-square statistic is 18.465 with p-value of 0.005. The results is significant at p less than 0.05. So this one showed to be significant for further analysis. Just one restraint, just one note. I analyzed 47 students, both online and conventional. There has to be a larger sample analyzed to see why this one was indicative for the results. So maybe there's always an opportunity for mistake, but this has to be analyzed further on in further papers. What we do have is, in the results and in the conclusion, is that the comparison of online and conventional studies and students and their performance have indicated that the online students perform better, and that the conventional students unfortunately have this misfortunate situation with the pandemic, and this could be attributed to the specific conditions. But just one note is also that one specific criteria that has to be taken into account is that the second year of studies we have from all, sorry, 2, 3, and 4th year, we have different departments. I mean, we have different parts of the studies, different, I would call them departments, like software engineering. Yes, okay, thank you. And we have the IT and we have the computer games. So these 3 criteria have not been analyzed in detail. This has to be the next step to analyze, because it's not the same whether someone comes from a specifically focused group within the statistical analysis that this has been shown. The majority of the most successful students were the 3rd year students. Again, the next goal, as I mentioned, is according to the department that they came from. We have to take this one into account as to access the whole results scope. Thank you very much for your attention. That was all, and hope to see you next time.
Thank you, Alexander. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
Thank you. This was really interesting presentation, because that's kind of the thing that's been bothering me for quite a long. Because what am I doing here in the classroom when my online students perform better? And as you've mentioned, one of the possible reasons could be their experience with programming that they had. However, okay, I'm not a programmer, neither I'm a language teacher, so I don't understand that part. However, there has been some research in languages as well that prove the same thing. So online students, perform better in the final exam than traditional. So I suppose it has nothing to do with experience, since we are talking about first graders and first grade students and second year students. So it might be something dealing with, I don't know, the method of studying, pedagogy. Have you considered that aspect? That was my question. I mean, some other aspect apart from their experience with coding that they had, because that might be useful, because it's definitely not only that, since we have the same thing with languages. It's not coding. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is a very interesting point of view and a very interesting question. So one of the things that I have mentioned, I believe, in the whole paper, and the full paper, is that we have to take this kind of some kind of survey which has to follow. But the survey is not aimed only at students. This is the prime goal, of course. But the second aspect is to survey the professors, the TAs, and to see what kind of methodological instances they have offered and not offered, and how much they have been involved in the whole process of teaching. Because we have this kind of situation that some kind of corona-induced situations mean that some TAs just give the material to the students, let them do the coding, and then get the code back and kind of do it as a homework, and not actually get involved with the student itself. What I did in the research is that I tried to focus on the background of each of the student. I think this is one of the purposes of online learning, and actually the whole process of e-learning, which we're trying to address to go towards this principle in studying. At least I think so. This one is, so I have analyzed their background, so which high school they went to, whether they had maths in their education, whether they have computer programming, what courses do they have, what kind of affiliation do they have. So the first thing that I asked them during the course in C#, what would you like to do? Basically, why are you here? So because I was being asked the same thing when I did my studies from some good professors to see where he or she should profilate my profile, so to say, if that's not the plan. And they've answered completely differently towards the things that they did at the end of the course. So some of them who said that they preferred front end to back end actually were better at C# than those students who have said that they preferred front end. So, and vice versa. So this is but this is not a criteria that can be very exact, precise, because if we go into the sphere of humanities and focused analysis in interviews, which is a little bit different for technical sciences in general, I would say. But it gives an indication of the outcomes that what they would like me to do, and other TAs as someone who teaches. So it's not easy, I must say. But I think this creation of profiles is very, very good, and it's one of the indicators for better performance of students. And getting to know students personally is definitely better than not knowing them at all, even if it includes the Zoom application and the comments on the projects and the homework constantly. Then this contact allows for them to access the exams in January and February as soon as possible. And a lack of contact and lack of my interest or interest of other TAs kind of implies towards the problems at the end. Then they have lost this bond, and they don't feel that the TA is giving them feedback, which is induced by the whole situation, of course, by the whole lack of time also and resources. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Right.
Thank you. Yesterday you actually saw a few papers. One of them that actually presented the differences between the first and the second year students with the results of the third and fourth. And I think having the background, more courses in the 4 years, that is probably one of the reasons why you see the results that you see, especially with the high dropout rates that we have. And commenting on Daniela, what she said, and in your research, it's not only the English and it's not only the C#, but we have seen the research in the calculus courses that have been showing better performance online. But it should be noted, and this is my question to you, when were these data taken? We saw very high motivation in the beginning of the pandemic. Everybody was still confused. We have seen this paper regarding in this type of comparison. I think this is really important because when we start, traditionally we knew online performance was not as good as face-to-face traditional students. Went into pandemic the first year, we saw a really good performance, our dropout rates were lower, and going into the second year of pandemic, the motivation of these traditional, as you say, conventional students or face-to-face students made a big switch, as if the motivation really dropped. So my question really to you is, which data is this? Of what school year? Is it the first year of pandemic, a second year? I don't even know which year in pandemic we are. But I think the results are showing quite a difference here. And I think this is important to know because all of a sudden we are coming up with conclusions, online students are performing better. Maybe, but what are the scenarios? What are the restrictions? So this is the question actually to you for your data. At which point was this taken?
Yes, thank you. Good question. The school year of 2021 to 22 was
the second year.
The second year, yes. What is indicative? Indicative, what is also indicative is also the previous year, so 2020, 2021. And this is kind of because I did courses both on both of those kind of samples. So I had analyzed some differences. They have not been taken into account, so the 2020-21 was not analyzed, which doesn't mean that it will show different.
Yeah.
That does not mean.
But this is
that,
my recommendation for future work. Really try to compare years, because we are really looking into the extreme scenarios here in the past couple of years with everything that is going on. We went from how to engage online students to all of a sudden how to engage traditional students in the online environment. So this is, you may find some answers if you try to compare the years. Do we have any more questions? Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Daniela Ljubojević with the presentation titled Psychometric Properties of a 21st Century Digital Skills Scale. Daniela, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, such large number on Friday morning. My name is Daniela Ljubojević, and I'm assistant professor here at Belgrade Metropolitan University, teaching both English and communication. And today I will be talking about psychometric properties of a 21st century digital skills scale. As you can see, the authors of this paper and research are Georgia Kadijević and Nicoletta Gutwein from Institute of Educational Research. And as a matter of fact, this is part of our, let's say, a huge research that we're dealing with for the last 2 years. And yesterday I talked a little bit about about creating a framework for teachers at universities with dealing with digital competencies and skills. However, as I'm also advisor to the Ministry of Education in School District Belgrade, I've been dealing with teachers from primary and secondary schools, and my colleagues, Georgia and Nicoletta, also deal with primary and secondary schools as well. So this is a kind of, well, we cannot say a follow-up of our research, but in a way it's complementary to what we've done so far. Because last year we created digital skills scale on how to assess what teachers have been doing with their learners. This is just a glimpse from another perspective, because in order for a scale to be introduced and to be reliable and to use it, you need to have some properties that make it useful and that you can really apply it. So this is a kind of statistical approach to our research. I have to admit that I'm not a statistician, and I simply don't understand many things behind this. Georgia is the one, he's a mathematician, and he is dealing with statistics and the conceptualization as well. So I will try to present on behalf of our team the results we've got with our scale that deals with digital competencies. So the reason why we chose this topic, because we really believe that digital skills are very important, and not only for students in primary and secondary schools, but also at university and also with teachers. So, I mean, it's a twofold, it's a very complex process. It's both with students and teachers. And there have been many initiatives, as I talked yesterday, about frameworks and some models that really foster 21st century skills. The focus is on creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. And yesterday we had our keynote speaking on teamwork as one of the most important aspects they have been dealing with. Our concern was how to develop that scale, and we focused on those skills: technical skills, information management skills, creativity, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and problem solving. So to measure the attainment of these 7 skills, the 7 core skills as we find them, in ICT supported context, so we need to apply a suitable scale. And it's very interesting that that's kind of thing missing in the literature at present. So there hasn't been, I mean, people always propose something. They say, okay, you can apply this framework or this scale, etc. But those scales really need to have good psychometric properties. They should be, that means that the scale should be good to apply applied in further research confidentially. So you can rely on it. You can say, yeah, it's reliable because the results will be reliable later. So this study examined these properties, which dealt with representativity, reliability, homogeneity, and validity. All those people dealing with ICT, maths, and statistics will understand this. But as far as I can see, there are many language teachers here, so we're talking the same language. Okay, our methodology was, so these are indicators, have to move a little bit. The 7-item scale, items with areas, let's say, technical skills, information and management skills, communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. So our research, our questionnaire was a huge questionnaire having so many items. But this is just one part of our questionnaire, and our sample was really huge. We had 667 teachers from Serbia working in primary, secondary schools, both from grammar and vocational secondary schools, and there were about 200 schools across Serbia involved. So we distributed the questionnaire and asked teachers to tell them what they do with their students. These are indicators. So, for example, I encourage students to understand the basic functionalities and modes of work with digital platform and computer programs used, because there were math teachers, ICT teachers, etc. But, for example, I know that there are some Serbian teachers, I mean, teaching Serbian, the Serbian language, who also use platforms. And there are many teachers from arts and humanities who use Moodle, who use digital platforms, Teams as well. So it's normal thing in Serbia nowadays to talk about technical skills of both students and teachers. Then information management skills. So I encourage students to search, select, and organize information in order to successfully attend lectures. Communication. We said communication is definitely one of the core skills of the 21st century. I encourage students to effectively share different types of information like tests, images, videos among class participants. We also focused on ethics as well. Do teachers teach their students how to do this ethically? I mean, to know what they can download, what they can use, reuse, share, to what level of sharing. Sharing is not always caring, it can be stealing as well. So we focused on that as well. collaboration, to work in teams in order to effectively share different types of information. And this is a very interesting aspect because working in teams in Serbia, at least in Serbia, it's a kind of terminology aspect, but because when we talk, it's different when you say work in teams and in groups, because a group is group of students who get the same task and work on it. On the other hand, working in teams, meaning having some roles and responsibilities, different roles. For example, our organizing committee is one team because we do not, I mean, we have the same task, but our roles are different. I'm a PR. Okay, so you know what I mean. So it's not the same group work and teamwork. So we wanted to see whether they work in teams as well. And then creativity, of course, I encourage students to consider known facts in new ways or to use new ideas to produce the solution required. Critical thinking. I encourage students to evaluate validity and expectancy of the information and approaches used in the classwork. Yesterday I talked about that part. I think that's really missing because we do not ask our students to reflect on their learning, not only on their but on other like peer assessment, peer editing, peer assessment techniques, and also on their own learning, because critical thinking is really important skill that needs to be fostered among students, not only with students but with some adults as well. And then problem solving. I encourage students to understand the tasks given, knowledge and skills needed to solve them, as well as to apply such knowledge and skills to find solutions required. So these are indicators that we focused on in our scale. And a 0 to 10 scale, so it was like from never to almost always. So it was not like a Likert scale, 5 scale, but 5 item scale. It was 1 to 10 scale is applied for each indicator. So this brings me to our results, what we've got. So this is statistical aspect, whether our scale was developed well. So the statistics said that our scale had good psychometric features with most measures of representativity, reliability, homogeneity, and validity of over 0.90. So the thresholds are much lower. So we had to do something. I mean, Georgia was responsible for this part, so I can not talk into statistical details very much. However, I will just say that we found that secondary school teachers foster digital skills more than primary school teachers. And grammar school teachers fostered more skills than vocational school teachers. Well, we can explain this in terms of, for example, primary school teachers really, I mean, they apply technology, they use technology. However, it's very difficult when you say, for example, first grade students, they don't even know how to sign their name, let alone use technology in this way. So it is really difficult to say to what extent. I mean, teachers are really doing their best, but is it possible only with students, with different groups of students? But as far as this scale was concerned, it was of good quality when it comes to psychometric properties, which is the aim of this paper. And as you've seen, each 21st digital skill is represented by one item, by indicators. So items were like technical skills, etc. Indicators, I use digital technology to foster learning, etc. And it can be, of course, elaborated, and we could focus on some more aspects and areas of, let's say, digital aspects in areas of learning and teaching. So this should be all for, as far as my presentation is concerned, because it's like, you know, a follow-up paper on everything. And if you want to read more about our research, I could send you all, because there have been many papers dealing just with this topic in our research. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask or send an email.
First, thank you. Thank you. So I will let the floor first.
Talk about.
Thank you, congratulations for your work. I would like to ask you something. Have you thought what you are doing is assessing perception, because it's a subjective. When you are using a scale such as the one that you are using with the items, is a perception of the teacher. Have you thought in a way to try to compare what you have done with objective with objective indicators? I mean, for instance, for teamwork, you can use some kind of metrics. For the other kind of collaboration, for the creativity, you can measure the results of the students and say, okay, or measure, maybe not to measure, but consider how many of the teachers are you really doing this kind of. What I mean is, sometimes this kind of work
is subjective.
Yeah, it is interesting to compare with data, with real data. So have you thought about it?
Yeah, definitely, yes. Yesterday I talked about frameworks and guidelines because it's always subjective, and the limitations of this work, we had really great sample. For stability, this is great sample. However, the limitations are always, when it's a self-reflective tool, it can be really subjective. And I always think in terms of, so we should use this, this questionnaire, both with teachers and students. And to see whether when a teacher says, I use this technique to improve students' learning, and students to say, my teacher always provides me this.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see that kind of, but in that way you cannot get anonymous. I mean, you can, but then you have to focus on the specific teachers and to choose their classes. Because you cannot just send a questionnaire to all the teachers in Serbia and to focus on.
I don't think you have to. You'll just compare the attitudes, we did this, between the teachers and the students, and we did it in 4 different universities. I don't think you have to target specific class.
Yeah.
If you want to evaluate the teacher, but the concept like you have, you can do it.
Well, we could try, because the next step would be something like this. We'll be focusing on particular skills and what to do with both with teachers and students. And another aspect of my research as a language teacher was introducing transversal competencies into language curricula. So that's what I've been dealing with for the last 2-3 years. And I even 2 weeks ago, I had a presentation at the conference in Novi Sad, which gives another insight on this topic. So transversal competencies, digital skills, etc. These are all very, very important, and I really believe we should focus on how to develop them both with teachers and students. It's not only about students; it's the teachers as well. So yeah, thank you. I mean, I understand that point of view because that's what's bothering me as well.
More questions? Well, I have one. I think it's interesting what Miguel said, you know, trying to connect this with essentially learning analytics metrics, but then we're going back to our roundtable discussion yesterday because these are the kiddies under 18, so this is definitely a lot of policy from the ministries and the government.
Yeah.
But at one point, should the chance occurs, I think you guys should try this. But my question is not that, it actually relates to Miguel's question that he first asked. As far as the subjectivity of the answers that you have received, I'm not relating to the statistics itself, but just your methodology. It is not quite clear to me, the 7-point scale that you said, the parameters, the indicators, whatever we want to name them, it's kind of clear, the first, I think, 3 or 4, how they relate to the digital skills. But once we get into the creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving, I don't really see where you made a difference between, let's say, we'll call it a traditional creativity, and where does the digital skill comes in here. because I really wonder how, you know, with the grammar or whatever, what's it called, the grammar school, with the kids and the secondary primary school, I mean, how will they teach digital skills with the critical thinking and problem solving? I mean, here we have focused a lot on the technical skills. We have, you know, information management, communication. We get to the critical thinking and problem solving, but I don't think we think in terms of digital skills. So I wonder, when you ask the question, have you encouraged students to do so and so, as you stated here, for the critical thinking and problem solving? Have they really thought it in terms of the digital skill or just in the general?
Yeah,
this is really, when I was reading your slide, is where this came through. I mean, because your results statistically are pretty high. So my question is really,
when you have a mathematician in the
team. No, that's okay. No, I'm not questioning the statistics. My question is, you know, have you really analyzed the digital skills for all 7 items?
Yeah. I might have not been clear, but it all referred to digital aspect of learning and teaching.
So what is the digital aspect?
For example, creativity will also propose some, for example, teachers, both in primary and secondary school, use different tools, and creativity can be used. You can create, for example, Powtoon. Powtoon is a great app for very young learners and just 2 weeks ago we had a lovely presentation by an English language teacher who assesses students' work, like presentations, that have been developed by Powtoon. So they simply use Powtoon and create presentations. And one of the aspects that he assesses is creativity. I don't feel comfortable with that aspect as well, because something that I find creative might not be creative for others. But on the other hand, I always believe that one of the things that's very important with learning and with developing skills is the process and not the result itself. Because the result, the summative thing, can be, for you it can be great, for me it can be something, I don't know, for him it can be like, what? I don't like that kind of thing. I mean, it's Marina Abramovic thing. But on the other hand, if you put students through the process of dealing with, for example, different tools, etc., they are doing with, like, it's about developing things. It's about the process and developing. So that's how we develop our creative thinking, critical thinking. So you cannot say he developed his critical thinking skills. It's a life process, so never-ending story. So in terms of this questionnaire, yeah, we talked about, I mean, it might not have been clear here because it's just an excerpt from the research. However, we focused only on digital, and our questions were in relation to digital skills.
Thank you, Daniela. And this seems to be a trend as far as the focus and a lot of European documentation that we have as far as the future generations and what are the skills, and of course digital will be here for a while. So this was very informative, and I hope you guys continue on collaboratively working on this.
Yeah,
so thank
I hope
you again.
that as well. Okay, thank you.
So I think for everybody that were here yesterday, I think we're going to keep saying the process, and someone may say Apple again. The last presentation, this first session, after which we're having a short break to wake you guys up a little and ask more questions, have some coffee. But Milos is a great presenter, and he will give us an overview of his research that is called A Review of Gamification in Learning, Impact and Outcomes in the Computer Science Domain. Milos, the floor is yours.
Here.
Okay. Hello, everyone. As Miroslav introduced me nicely, my name is Milos Milashinovic. Do you hear me? Or if you don't, I can use the mic. Yeah. So,
Zapiewaj.
yeah, we can try that later. So,
streaming.
yeah, so this is the actual headline of the presentation. Although before that, I would like to start with, okay, we will start with introduction and the actual motivation, but you know, from the point of research and methodology. But when you talk about the actual and background and motivation about why we even started with this, is throughout the continuous process of our quarterly or yearly meetings at the university, talking about the new ways to introduce students to the material, the new methodology in learning, and trying to find out the other ways and other aspects and other approaches in the education, and especially in higher education. We are IT institutions, so like high-tech institution, and additionally, we are in this university. We have the gaming faculty in our premises. Therefore, the actual motivation behind this paper was why not to try to find the suitable approach so we can incorporate everything that we are trying to do and the resources and the actual domains that we already have and possess inside the university. So why not try, and that's the actual motivation, why not to try to find a suitable, to do a review of the gamification, as I already mentioned, that learning. And we try to understand the actual impact, or try to find a suitable framework for that, and to present the outcomes of already done and already tried and implemented frameworks, so that we can maybe, as the colleague, my previous presenter said, to communicate or to copy some of their work or their best practices in order to try to find our own way and try to find best suitable solutions for us. I couldn't get a greater introduction from the first colleague and the second one, because he was talking about the impact of e-learning, or especially why the corona happened and remote learning or online learning is now, as the word said, new standard. And the second presenter talked about the actual motivation behind any type of digitalization in learning. Therefore, we are trying to be concise and trying to focus on the gaming aspect. So, I just try to write these. So, does any one of you have any kind of idea what the gamification could actually be? So, this is like some type of definition. This is not a straight one type of definition. This is just like the definition to try to understand the actual concept behind the idea. So gamification is the process of adapting game elements and applying them in non-gaming context, any context. Therefore, we are trying to implement them in learning, or particularly maybe learning, if you're talking about this in the actual scope of the conference. When used in conjunction with excellent teaching methods, gamification can create an engaging environment that can improve students' learning experience. That's our premises. That's what we are expecting, and that's why we really started to doing this and started this actual research. So, as we already mentioned, the gamification is regarded as a new strategy that can bridge the generational divide between teachers and pupils or students. Why is that? Especially in this modern online era, students, or we can say children and adults or teenagers, are getting more and more familiar with game playing and gaming in general. If you could do any random questionnaire outside of university, we would say that most of the children are either playing games, used to play games during their adolescence period, or they are still learning, or they're still playing or doing some kind of online or in-person game. So this is the premises. Why wouldn't the games then accelerate or advance the teaching or learning methods? So the ancient and antique methods of learning are, again, the premises are that those are less effective in this modern era, as I already mentioned, due to this fast-changing environments, and as the first presenter said, the coronavirus that changed everything that we thought that we are certain about. Everything changed, so we need to adapt, and we need to be flexible enough to be prepared for anything that might come later. Corona can't be the last thing So, according to the numerous research, game-based learning improves. I don't like this, so I'll be continuing like this. I'm TA, so I'm used to this type of learning, and this is like a small group of listeners, but I'm used to it. So, yeah, according to the numerous previous research, game-based learning improves students' interests and learning experience. That was why, again, okay, first of all, we are trying to improve the learning experience, but why? But that doesn't need to mean anything if the students are not interested more in this type of approach. However, despite this popularity of the gamification and demand due to these numerous factors, the majority of games today have fallen short of meeting expectations. I'll elaborate that further. To help academicians gain understanding and to modify future classroom size and teaching techniques, it is necessary to investigate the impact of gamification in higher education. That's the actual introduction, that's the actual premises and the base point for this introduction. So, a study of gamification in the actual education has so far mostly been related to institutional higher education. And that's the actual institutions that we were focused on because, as I already mentioned, our motivation was to actually gather knowledge and try to find a suitable solution probably for maybe next accreditation or next iteration of creating lectures and learning programs. In-game reward systems. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that. When you do something good, you get promoted, or you get rewarded some kind of badges, points, or any type of reward that is, involved in gameplay. Like that in-game reward system, such as badges, points, and leaderboards, can significantly influence students' engagements. Also, the premise, and we are going to show how our expectations were actually disappointed at the results. So, in a minute. The emotional state of the person plays an important role in technology acceptance. Yeah, that's the actual, from the start of the research, that's one of the premises or one of the things, or results that we found out immediately. So we are going to elaborate on that. Game-based learning has such great advantage over classical learning because practice precedes theory. Again, the modern way of thinking, the practice is a primary and that the learning and especially higher education should be more focused on practical things based on the fact that we are preparing them for the actual workforce and actual business. And the 21st century brought with it a new generation, better known as all we know, the millennials. So, and the generation that has been exposed to influence on information technology since their birth. So I had, when my last presenters talked about that, even the first graders are not familiar with technology. First of all, I was a little bit suspicious, but she's then elaborated that they are not familiar with these types of technology in learning and in school. But I witnessed my 3-year-old nephew, so they are super into technology. Like, wait a sec, how old are you? Yeah, he can't even elaborate how old he is, but he is using the tablet. He truly is. Yeah, and one of the concerns of the modular educational system is the trend of declining motivation and engagement among students. This cannot be solved, but it can be one of the critical factors in, as Miroslav mentioned, resulting in the grade fallout results. As I said, it can't be a sole reason, although in my opinion or throughout the investigation it can be a critical one. So that's the actual problem that we need to solve or try to solve in this approach. In response, professors strive to develop innovative learning methods. We all must try. In order to gain and the more important one, hold or maintain the attention of students, and especially the millennials, but most of them are millennials now. We are switching to the Gen Z. I don't know, the categorization is vague in my opinion, so I don't know exact categorization. Every movement that student makes is projected on the street. We are talking about, you probably heard, you tried, if you remember, for a brief amount of time, everyone was using the sticks, the Wii the Connect technology that is following your every move, playing tennis, golf, bowling, and everything. So that was based as like new technology that was predicted to, as the models say, to stay. So unfortunately, the Connect technology has been discontinued in 2017, but that's a great example of like an exceptional try, exceptional efforts was made into this technology to try to follow, as I said, every movement of the students to project it on the screen, and so that students seem to be playing the game. So the key of the game, any game type of game, is to keep players in a flow state by raising the level of difficulty, which is a good impact, direct and indirect impact of their skill. So when we talk about proposed problem, the paper deals with the researchers of the use, as you said, and the impact, more importantly, of the gamification that is learned in different types of schooling, mostly on the higher education, as we are. The topic was chosen, as I said, due to the increased popularity of this information and communication technologies in educational systems around the world, so that we tried to find a system that was implemented and show any types of results, not just proposed framework. The motivation about this from this paper was to try to get a complete review of the, we can guess, successful attempts that can be moderated, created, implemented, and gain any type of result. Just to gauge what type of approaches were already tried, and to try to base and formulate another one, or the one that suits our needs the best. Badges, as already mentioned, can function as rewards, inducing people to perform certain activities to earn badges, and students may be motivated to collect badges because they would compare their results with other students. Students in one particular research, or a couple of researches, were separated in 3 different groups. So that's a really interesting approach. So, and that their first one is students who can see their badges, and the badges from the other students. Like they had a full, imagine ISO that we already use, or some grading system, that every student can see grade of every student, or page, or point, or leaderboard. The second group was just students who can see their own points or badges. And the third one was students who didn't have any insight if any of the students' points or badges. So all of these 3 categories were compared, and as I already seen from your faces, you are expecting the similar results as we did. We will elaborate them in a second, but we're keeping it a little mystery for now. Yeah, so I was a little bit ahead of my time. Yeah. Only activities that can improve participant feelings of group belonging were used for this goal. So students knew in which category or group they're into, or they are put into. This study can shed light on several overlooking topics in the literature, such as the ideal class of or group size, and the effects of gamification of computer-science instruction in higher education institutions. Just to sum up what I already mentioned and trying to understand the, as I said, motivation. Learning through gamification does not always produce good results and is not always effective. As I already mentioned, some of our expectations, we didn't meet some of our expectations. We will elaborate them later. Some authors note that the use of gamification learning can be double-edged sword. Of course, everything actually is. And regulatory results explain that there's much more factor than just categorization of students or even implementing a good game inside learning modules. Mobile devices and wireless technology facilitates learning in different locations. That's also true, and all of us are using our phones constantly. Currently, some of you are. So challenges create a fun. So why the challenges? So why the game actually? Create a fun environment, but also with repeating the same structures and levels of it can be boring for the participants. You can, whenever you try to play any game and you lose, you're back a couple of levels back, and can be frustrating. If anyone play Call of Duty or any other game, you know the checkpoints can be useful, so that the students or any participant don't need to repeat over and over you can say the introducing or beginner steps, which can again result in frustration, which is definitely the opposition of what we're trying to do. Okay, and the results. The learning through gamification does not always, as I said, produce good results. And students, maybe it's students whose learning was based on games get better results on practical tests compared to theoretical tests and were less engaged in class activities. Why? As I said, double-edged sword. We were focused on practice, and students were focused on practice. And that's fine. So they were producing great results in the practical tests. But as we mentioned, we are creating a game. We are creating the flow state, which are they trying to be into, so that they that can be maybe we overdone it, or the expected results we actually try to make them learn more and to be at flow state, but they tend to be more into the state of playing than they actually should. So they neglected a bit of theoretical use. Okay, we are trying to focus on practice, but it can overshadow maybe some of the theoretical activities. Again, research shown that women use computers and information technology less. That's just factual data that we get. Doesn't need to be true. It's changing in every day. So, especially in this liberal period, we're not trying to separate anything, but just my predecessors actually expressed the results, so I don't think that's a problem. Possible explanation for this that women have more developed anxiety than working with computers. Again, can be a psychological effect. Didn't get into psychology of this, just presented the results. The next concurrent hypothesis refers to the fact that women participate in more game-based courses than men. Why? Again, that's correlated with the previous thesis, that maybe the anxiety or the background that someone is expecting something from them directly can be overridden with the game factor, that they're just enjoying learning. Gamification can be utilized to improve learning results in conventional classroom settings. But for this new technology, it must be useful. A comprehensive analysis of the gamification components and their impacts is required. According to the test results, larger groups of pupils perform statistically significantly better in gamified settings than they do in non-gamified environments. Why it should be that? And we can accredit these results by as I said, the badges and the points and leaderboards. They tend to get competitive, and they can compare their work with the other ones. Effects of the features can have been included very depending on the game mechanics. One of the propositions was to actually focus on gameplay. If anyone is particularly familiar with the games, that's when you are actually enjoying, the actual mechanics of the game itself, whether it's in person, whether it's in practical, whether it's in accommodating lots of tests and lots of objectives or challenges that need to be. All of these metrics could be or should be analyzed and compared to find the most suitable solution for the students we are putting them. There's a significant difference between a higher, or like as previous presenters mentioned, the first or second year student based on the more advanced and more older students who are maybe more familiar with the task. Maybe they are more familiar with the games or the domain or actual lectures that they're listening to. So, to get the conclusion, you expected probably, as we saw, that students who see that they are badges and see the badges of other students prefer best. No. We expected that the students who saw their badges and the other badges and the other group who saw other their badges and points performed better than the ones who didn't. Again, no. So, actual conclusion that we can get from this, that gamification can have a significant influence, but only if it's moderated quite effectively in all of the other requirements that I mentioned. Bless you. The actual gameplay, the context of the actual task that they need to do, and the incorporation of the domain they're learning, whether it's more technical or more theoretical knowledge as some of the lectures, or more practical ones. Therefore, we still, unfortunately, as we expected to find a great, great cure for everything, we still didn't. And every type of gamification approach or methodology should be first demoed, trialed, tested, and tweaked based on our results or any results in any higher education institution based on their actual students and their actual lectures. So that's actually it. So thank you so much for your time and your patience.
Thank you, Melissa. Question?
I have a question, because maybe I skipped the information at the beginning, but what did the students learn and with which kind of games?
We didn't focus on any particular types of games. Games were varied from like grade, from testing, from the small test-based games throughout the. Maybe you heard about. But that was for the lower grade students, the Scratch. So like trying to figure out something throughout the game, through all of the games with actual gameplay that tried to incorporate any type of learning. We didn't try to find any particular learning because we, as I said, throughout the research, we found out that if we present any type of particular one, that can persuade listeners or readers that that particular type game could be more effective. And we didn't want to have any suggestive research, just to get a clear overview that any type of learning, but because in our institution we can produce some types of games. Maybe there are some institutions that they are primarily game oriented, so that they can produce maybe high complexity games, or so that any type of suggestion probably could get a negative result. Therefore, we didn't play any card, like whether it's a simple game like tic-tac-toe, or whether it's a great first-person game trying to, the VR and AR were also used quite extensively, but I didn't want even to mention them because that's the new trend, something modern. Maybe we should try that. No, we're not suggesting anything. Just the results, to try to present the result that everything that you do, don't be certain about any thesis, because like 6 or 7 theses provoke. Just it can be beneficial. Try to be careful with that, and good luck, because that's the only thing that we can guarantee. That's why I didn't want to get any into specific cases. Thank you for the question. Yeah.
I would ask something. Let's assume that we accept this to implement on our university, this framework that you suggest. Are there any legal constraints for implementation, because our rules, accreditation rules, law and so on, are very specific regarding conditions of how students can pass the exams, ECTCs, points, no wages are mentioned as such type of things, conditions to enroll the next year and so on. So I assume that gamification requires some changes in law, and probably it's more appropriate for distance learning students that are not in traditional system of education. But can you elaborate a little bit this kind of teaching in context of our current legal environment?
Thank you. Yeah, this research was definitely not based only on Serbian or any particular law or legislative rules in any particular country. And as you mentioned, yeah, this is, as I previously said, I couldn't have a greater introduction from my previous two speakers, because here they were already putting the comparison between the traditional and the online students, so therefore this approach could be definitely, but not utterly, but more suitable for the online students. All of the students, online or traditional, have homework, or that individual part of the lectures and grades and tasks that they need to fulfill and need to do. This actual grading system could be for the beginning, the additional, the two approaches. First of all would be, again, to incorporate the prior lecture, to get this psychological or non-technical parts of the learning incorporated so that they can collaborate, they can feel more creative, they can get be competitive, so that they can gauge each other, to want to be to engage in the learning experience, as you say, and to stay motivated throughout it. This can, for the beginning and before we try to find a suitable way through this legislative and to law actual restrictions, this can be an additional motivational tool to introduce to the students, so that they get, that's the first approach. Second of all, that can be for that additional points for like activity. It's not, the activity isn't critical for the completion, should be critical for the completion of the course. That's like that additional, as the first presenter said, the aim for the higher grades. So this can also be incorporated for that additional or like extracurricular types of work. So in my opinion, that's the first approach to that. So we can wiggle through the restrictions properly, so that even they are trying new methods, we still didn't break any of the basic rules that we need to follow. That's only my conclusion. Yeah, thank you.
More questions? Okay, I would like to ask a question. Thank you for, I mean, it's an overview. It seems to be drawn some of the conclusions, and I understand that you didn't want to possibly point out the type of games, but some of the conclusions were, I have to say, pretty strong, very conclusive, whether it's a positive or a negative. It's pretty much relating to the first question. It would be actually nice to hear that what type of, you mentioned Scratch, you mentioned some of these things, even though you didn't go into the details of it, as you said, psychological, you know, whether more females are interested or not interested. But throughout all the other researchers that we have seen presented, we've seen successful and maybe less successful cases, but they're very much related to the certain group. So for instance, for people who are teaching languages, maybe some of the virtual classrooms have been shown as more positives. This summer we saw an example in Spain from using escape room in coding, and all have different really issues. So how do you reflect on your conclusions in the sense of not given the specific of what type of games you're referring to? We understand that you are not suggesting that something is good or something is bad, and of course, as yesterday we saw, it depends a lot on the context, depends a lot on the modality of the teaching, but as you know, gamification is still a trendy topic. We haven't seen it, we've seen it implemented a lot in some research, smaller sizes. It hasn't really exploded like distance learning, online learning. So if you can reflect a bit on the type of the games you analyzed and the focus groups. So for instance, in the research that I'm mentioning with the using escape room with coding, they have concluded that it's great, it's excellent, but with time students start losing interest in because it was very repetitive. But then again, we have type of games, there are endless games, it doesn't have the levels. So just reflect on it, on how do you see these conclusions on certain type of the games, and we can stay away from promoting different approaches.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again so much. Yeah, and maybe I wasn't clear enough for the actual first one. Throughout this research, we were trying to focus more on the, as I said, impact and the outcomes of the actual implementations, and we didn't focus on the, as I said, the actual particularity of any types of the games, especially due to the fact that it is, as I said, the trendy one, the trendy topic, the hot ones, as I said. So trying to just understand, first of all, this was the great opportunity for me to actually understand why would anyone or in any type of situation introduce the game. I'm personally not a gaming person, especially my brother is still 25 years old, and we couldn't find a link in this. I'm not understanding this, and he probably would. But we tried the game, tried this research. We were trying just to gather the data from the results gathered from their, as I said, approaches with the points, badges, leaderboards, or any types of actually like in-game processes or methodics that were actually used, and didn't want to get inside the actual games. That is definitely for the next step of this research. If we, when we try to, okay, we are putting the idea on the table. Okay, let's try something like this. Okay, what types of games or what types of approaches can we actually do, as the professor said, in the scope of the legal system? That's the first check. The second of all, what we are capable to do technologically, financially wise, resource wise. Again, when we figure out the basic methods, then we can get inside the this was just, as I said, the motivational and the outcomes that gets, so that we can gauge whether or not just to use this method. And after that, the second or the more thorough discussion or thorough examination of this should be done in, I don't know, maybe next months or years, because this is still, as you said, fresh, so that we can choose a particular framework that could work for that first couple of checkboxes after we check. Yeah. So like I need to apologize for the maybe leading to the actual type of the games, but from our perspective, that as I said, could have get. As I said, that we prioritize any of the actual games. So we even not try to be familiar with what types of the games, because anyone, we are trying to be objective, but at the end of the day, as we already mentioned, every self-observation is subjective. So if we try to understand any particular game, I would like it, probably. So I would be more towards their success results or success.
Thank you. So more the focus is on the rewarding part, the gamification.
Yeah, sure.
So it makes sense now with your conclusions. So you have comments from the audience. So hopefully you'll take that into regards for your future work. So thank you again.
So much.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Just a short question. The theory of learning behind this. Is there any theory of learning? Because there have been some theories describe what happens with people like content creation theory, etc. So gamification, let's say, gamification is very useful for every field. For example, I use badges, I use points, etc. Because I have already done some research on feedback, and students really like when they know where they are, and they like to compare. I mean, and to be compared and to be better. So that's that's like our instinct and our basic thing in our brains. But is there any theory of learning when it comes to the gamification?
Yeah.
Well, this is just my point of view.
I assume that I understand this. So again, as we can compare gamification with, like, as the professor Mobius said, with the concept, like an online learning. What is the actual theory of online learning? So is it just, like I said, the concept or the approach that incorporating some, and that's the actually really interesting stuff, the game concepts and game mechanics. It doesn't need to be like full game. It doesn't need to be gamified course. You are already doing the gamification inside, like, that would be if you try, I'm not familiar with your game, what actually game is, like game, so like, definitely predecessor this concept, so like it's probably thousands years old. So this is actually just a concept with the approach of learning, so that you can use whichever you find suitable from the any type of game, concept or mechanic inside your or anyone's teaching. Therefore, I don't know any particular theory that's based, because any theory that we try to implement would restrict this concept's actual idea.
So you can come up with a
theory. There probably is something that nothing is restrict free, but we're trying to be open-minded, try to feel suitable in our shoes, whichever we're trying to find that is best for us.
If this is going to be your PhD thesis, you're going to clear your learning.
Yeah, of course. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will have a coffee break, about 10-15 minutes, and we're going in our second session. Since we have changed agenda a little bit, I will announce it now. We will start after the coffee break with our first paper in the second session, high-stakes exam transitioning from traditional to online test center, a Canadian Institute use case with the You Test Me company. We have a nice presentation here, and then followed by VR environments in e-learning and chatbots, application of artificial intelligence in e-learning in their role of chatbots in this. So let's continue on discussing what we've just heard and have a little refreshment, and then we'll come back here in 15 minutes or so.
Now I can freely say good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us after session 1. This is session 2, and I hope we'll have interesting presentations and fruitful discussions as we had in session 1 as well. Let me introduce our first speakers in this session 2. There are two of them, Angela Nikolic and Angela Cvetinovic. They come from You Test Me company, and the topic of their presentation today is high stakes exam transitioning from traditional to online test center. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello everyone. First of all, we want to say that we are very glad to be here today with you. My name is Angela, and this is my colleague also Angela, and we come from You Test Me company. And today we will present our IT solution for online examination. But first, let me briefly introduce our company. You Test Me is an IT company with a head office in Toronto, in Canada. We specialize in delivering custom and complete solutions for online examination, for knowledge testing and evaluation. The company was established 30 years ago, which means 30 years of experience, and we still keep developing and improving all our features, our software, based on the present and future needs of online examination. On the next slide, you may see some of our notable clients like FBI, DIA, Mobius Institute, Junior Achievement Europe, but also Serbia and Montenegro Air Trafficking Services, IFSA Institute. We came to the product, which we are very proud of, Online Testing Center. Online Testing Center is a one-stop solution where you can outsource every step of your examination process for a one-time fee without need to rent or buy software. Now we will play a video which will show you more of our software and you can get more familiar with. Just a second.
Assessments are crucial to measuring knowledge, skills, and competencies in various organizations. Governments want 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 various organizations. Assessments are crucial to measuring knowledge, skills, and competencies in various organizations. Governments want a secure exam provision for their civil servants. Corporations need high-quality recruitment tests. And colleges must provide a trustworthy exam environment for their scholars. All these organizations often seek help from online testing vendors. Isn't a concern, and it ensures report accuracy. So is the solution to all the problems simply moving online? How do you do it? Who will monitor the candidates? Is this option secure? UTestMe can do it all. UTestMe Online Testing Center represents a one-stop solution for everyone looking for an easy way to create and distribute tests. We transfer, preserve, and strengthen the integrity of traditional examinations in testing centers to the comfort of your home. A one-time fee saves you the trouble of having to buy or rent software. We guarantee high security, accuracy, and correctness in grading and submitting reports for your exams. All you need to do is to book time for your exam and provide us with all the necessary details. A list of users in an Excel file, questions, test configuration, and proctoring preferences. Leave everything to us. Test creation, proctoring, grading reports, etc. We create tests and sign up students. Students log in, choose a preferred date and time, pay for the test, and take it at their convenience. Students do an equipment check and an ID verification on the test day. Students are politely greeted by their assigned proctors before the test is started. Our certified proctors monitor candidates in real time regardless of their time zone and make sure they are not cheating. After the exam, grades are released and successful students are awarded certificates. We deliver all reports to you via email, including proctoring reports and various statistics. Organizations worldwide are switching to online testing centers to save time and reduce administrative costs. You can be more productive, save money, and still have the complete experience of taking a proctored exam, all from the comfort of your own home. That's it. The UTestMe customer success team performs all the work for you. See you for your next exam.
My colleague will continue with explaining the features.
Okay, so can you hear me like this, or should I use my microphone? Yes. So I'll briefly walk you through the main features of our exam software. And by the way, UTestMe Get Certified is the LMS and the sophisticated exam builder in one solution. It is a flexible, one-stop solution for all types of knowledge assessments. It features automated test and answer generator, simple organization of questions in question pools, robust and advanced reporting system, certificate designer, adjustable grading, automated and lab proctoring, and much more. So now that we are talking about online test center and that concept, two main features of the online test centers are testing locations and advanced booking system. Testing locations allow test owners, for example in this case universities, to create both physical and virtual locations and assign time zones and the proctors to those locations. Exams can be conducted remotely, as on the physical locations, and our goal is to provide a complete flexibility of exam delivery and ensure the optimal service for both test owners, universities, and students. If the exam is performed at a physical location, for example in classroom, or virtually, but there is a proctor assigned to the session, a human proctor, test owners can use our advanced booking system in order to predefine seating capacities, booking deadlines, cancellation deadlines, as well as the exam fees, as well as the reseat exam fees, the fees for some group memberships, training courses, and so on. And I think we all know by now what the online proctoring is. It is a nightmare for every student and the most sophisticated cheating prevention mechanism for universities. Proctoring is just one of the features of our exam software, and our proctoring utilizes artificial intelligence technology where the system records and monitors students' test attempts using behavior trackers. Now, behavior trackers are predefined according to test owners' criteria. After the exam is finished, recording is generated, as well as proctoring credibility report, which is the report on candidates' behavior during the exam, and the video recording is available for subsequent human validation and review. Students are recorded using their microphone and camera during the whole test-taking process. Also, UTest may get certified features over 40 types of predefined reports on tests, students, question statistics, and so on. Some of the most useful reports are item reliability reports, knowledge deficiency, and so on. However, the more important tool is our sophisticated report builder that allows you to create precise and custom reports and therefore compare individual and group data according to your needs. Now, let's talk about how UTest may help the prominent Canadian institutes to transfer from traditional to online testing centers. Not only we helped, we basically created this concept of online testing center from the scratch by combining the premium enterprise technology, which is our software, and our exceptional customer service. High-stakes exams are now taken from the comfort of candidates' homes, not only maintaining but also strengthening the test integrity. We will see why. So the Investment Fund Institute of Canada, with its educational arm, IFC Institute, use our platform for online exams in both English and French, and tests are monitored by UTest certified proctors 7 days a week in different time zones. Now, what was the problem? IFC counts hundreds of thousands tests annually, which are conducted at different locations in different time zones. You can imagine how costly this is. Also, this test format wasn't uniform for all the cities and all the different testing centers. And it was very hard for IFC Institute to perform the effective data collection and meaningful analysis, and to keep the record of their exams. Therefore, the IFSI Institute needed a software and a service that would enable them to transfer from their obsolete and administratively complex system to something more standardized and up-to-date. UTASME provided end-to-end solution to their problem. So, their historical data was migrated using our various integration and customization concepts, and the whole workflow is covered. Candidates now can buy the test online on UTASME platform, which is, by the way, completely standardized and branded according to their organizational standards. So they do not know that you're using some external system, of course. Then they can schedule a date, book a date, one of the offered dates for their exam. When the test is scheduled, they receive email notification with all the test details and instructions. Then the email is sent regularly to remind candidates not to forget about the exam and to prepare them. The important thing is that candidates will have an opportunity to perform their equipment check even before the official exam. And in this way, we avoid all the technical issues that may occur, because they would, again, take this test from their computer, their home, and so on. Of course, the whole point is that candidates take tests from the comfort of their homes, and those tests are perfectly safe, secure, and the test integrity is maintained. And in addition to the artificial intelligence technology of our AI proctoring, for IFSI Institute, we also provide live proctoring services, meaning that UTASME proctors remote candidates real-time in addition to all of the behavior trackers. Now why? During the exam, it is common for candidates to feel a sort of exhaustion, confusion, so they could, for example, look away in a moment of thought, and actually the AI technology would record such moment as cheating. And that is why our proctors are there in order to intervene. Proctors greet each candidate individually on the test date, present them with the rules again, and they're there during the whole test-taking process to assist them in any other way. Now, this is the most secure solution for delivering online exams and more affordable, which we'll cover later, as this solution minimizes the potential for cheating to an absolute minimum, because here we have the human and technology combined. And the outcomes of such approach are, of course, this is the more affordable approach than traditional testing centers, both in terms of the money and time, and both for the universities or test owners, the corporations, government, or whatever the organization is, and for candidates. Now why? For example, in this specific case, the 80% of the manual labor was offloaded, so the whole process is completely automated. The costs are significantly reduced because there are no more travel expenses, there are no more rental for physical locations, testing centers around the country. There are no more paper printing expenses, staff that were performing manual work, and so on. And maybe more even important, the profits are increased because now those tests can be delivered even more than in traditional ways, simply because of this remote large-scale assessment system. And perhaps the most important part is what I already mentioned, is higher security than in traditional environments like classroom, testing center, because simply the live supervisors cannot see everything, and in this way we have the technology and the human combined together. And here you can see some of our statistical data of our company. And this is now time for Q&A session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. I'm always amazed by those things because I really desperately need them in my classroom. Okay, are there any questions? Yes.
I have a very practical question. So you talk about security. How do you control ID?
ID?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Because initially we thought we had 20 minutes and we can talk like 2 hours. We have various cheating prevention mechanisms. So regarding the proctoring, if you remember in video, there is a one step which is optional for every institution that can be enabled or disabled, depends on simply institutional regulations. That includes the ID verification. So it goes like this. Students have their profiles in the system where they upload their profile picture. Then at the exam date, before they start the exam, they perform that equipment check, which is just the network check, is the camera, webcam, microphone working, and so on. And there is the option to include the ID verification. So they can take a photo. I mean, test owners can require from them to take a photo, so one more snapshot, and to upload or take a photo of their ID. Then the system compares the photo, the profile picture, which is in the system, the taken picture before the exam, the ID photo, and the person which is in front of the screen. And those are those behavior trackers. For example, one of the behavior trackers which is flagged as a suspicious moment is when it says the face is not the one that is in the ID, so not matching faces in the system.
Yeah, that's the system I know. So the candidate still needs to go to the institute and on site take the picture.
No, they're taking. Let me. I'm gladly. I would like to show you.
So for the registration, the candidate doesn't need to go.
No. They create their profile online. They upload their own picture, and at the exam date, I'm just gonna mute this here and show you in this video the part where the candidate is taking photo, like using their webcam. So here it is. So this is the equipment check. You can see that because you as a test owner, universities, needs to be sure that they can share their screen, that their browser is working, webcam, microphone, and so on. Here's that part. So that photo, as well as, I think here, yeah, it's not shown. Then at the same step, candidates can show their ID or upload it.
I have 2 questions. If I have a closed book exam and this online students remotely from his apartment, for instance, should be isolated totally, not to use the internet or his PCs as a source of information, how can you prevent this? We used to use this, but we forced students to use a special program that we control his computer and so on, but I don't know how you do that. This is the first question. And the second question is, what is the cost of usage of this? Because when we analyze some cost issues from our point of view, where tuition fees are pretty low, we cannot afford to pay 1,000 or 2,000 euros per exam because it's too expensive for us. So what should be the cost of usage of this service that you provide?
Thank you for your question. So the first question was how you control. So the automated proctoring is the system that, as I said, records, monitors in this screen here. We would also be glad to share a demo with you if you want to try out our software after this conference. So the system is recording both the candidate, which is seen here, you can see her here, and her screen. And the system has also the possibility to enable the lockdown browser, meaning that candidates cannot exit their screen, their test-taking screen. If they exit, the test is automatically terminated. Also, there is an optional step before the exam where you as a university or test owner can require, which is called the environment check. So before the test starts, candidates use their phones to record the environment, so you as instructors can see that they do not have any books or anyone in the room. And by the way, this system records any background noise, and if anyone is speaking in the background, and many of other things. So this is because we are in the industry, and this is why the IFSI actually transformed from the traditional to online, is because this is the most secure way. There is less chance to cheat in this way, where you have both human and technology applied, than in traditional environments. So that is how we ensure that candidates do not cheat. They cannot. So they record their environment. We have all of the behavioral trackers enabled. It depends on you, what you want to track, but we always recommend, of course, the highest security. And of course, it depends on the certification, if the exam is high stake or just some regular, I don't know, practice test. But yes, the chances are minimal. And regarding,
I just want to add something, that all these videos of the candidates, you may see once again once the test is finished. So proctors are looking again if they notice something suspicious. So they can see all that and check and send you the report about the proctoring report. It's also existed in our software.
yes, and here is the example in the presentation. This is the proctoring report that is automatically generated. Just let me open it. So here you can see some green and red parts. This is the proctoring report, meaning that this is the report on candidates' behavior, which is generated since the system is using those behavior trackers. And even though you had a live proctor at the session, they're available, the footage is available for additional and subsequent reviews. So proctor can go over only the red parts. They do not have to watch 1 hour, 2 hours, 8 hours. We had examples of our test lasting for 8 hours with all the breaks. They can just jump to red parts and see if the candidate is cheated or not. And regarding your second question, the price very, very depends. We have flexible pricing models, so there is no a fixed price. And regarding this concept of online test center, that is basically the point, because you can pay only for your exams and not without needing to rent or buy the software. The price depends on the if the live proctoring is performed also by UTASME certified proctors, how regularly, the exam time, of course, and so on. So we would be glad to connect you with our sales manager if you're interested in learning more about our pricing models.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's really, really interesting to see what's happening on the other side, not just the research. I also have two questions. Since you say this could be either done with proctoring institutions or by your certified proctors, even though it's traditional, we sometimes have very interesting situations of you caught them essentially cheating, and then at the end we still have to kind of talk through, oh, I haven't cheated, I didn't copy, or so. When when there is a situation that you say there's a suspicious thing going on and somebody's reviewing, and maybe whoever is doing the test is saying, but I did not cheat, how do you, what do you say as the mitigation or the going through the whole process of finally deciding, oh, this person actually cheated, maybe the person saying maybe the software was wrong or whatever. So what would be the steps in concluding, you know, you actually failed the test because we concluded that you cheated, and the person says, well, I did not cheat, the software is wrong. And the second question is, because some stuff that you show mostly show the multiple choice questions, just if you can elaborate more what type of questions the system supports. For instance, let's say we use it in a classroom, we have all sorts of different, from coding to essay questions to mathematical problems, so on. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
So, thank you for your question. I'm going to answer the shorter one first. We have 10 types of questions, and that's increasing like month by month. So the question types we have is single choice, multiple choice, hotspot, where candidates are required to click on the spot of an image instead of answering. And this is the way that you as the teachers can test practical knowledge, for example, geographical areas and so on. As it were. We have essay questions, which, by the way, is the only question type that needs to be graded manually. All the others are automated, and this is why also our software is very helpful, because the whole process is automated. You don't have to have teachers grading questions. We have metrics, ordering, fill in the blanks, true, false. So metrics is like Likert scale, ordering, where the students should place the items in the correct order. I think I forgot one, but fill in the blanks with predefined offered answers as well as a free text form. So various question types. And of course, all of our question types support all the media. So both PDF, video, audio. And perhaps important thing to mention here is that we are continuously working on improvement of our software interface in order to be compliant to people with disabilities. And we are FIO 8 compliant software. So that is covered as well. That's why you're going to see these shapes and colors in the interface. Yes, and your first question was if students say we're not cheating. This is handled by our proctors. However, the rules are defined by institution. So if they cannot come to conclusion afterwards, the proctor says that they're not sure. But if the institute, for example, sets the specific rules and says, okay, the candidate can be in toilet but 5 minutes sharp. After 5 minutes, terminate their test. They know the rules. They paid for this exam. This is a high-stake exam. You know, they do not have the privilege to act in this way. And usually we don't have such problems because, as I said, that those are high-stake exams, and people really do want to pass these tests in a regular way because those are certificates for investment funds, finance, and so on. So to clarify once again, the organization sets the rules according which our proctors behave and terminate tests. If there is something that is not clear afterwards, after 1, 2, 3, 4 reviews of video recordings, then we intervene with the institution. However, we are the most experienced people in this field right now, so we have lots of experience and can see. And the artificial intelligence really helps because it can say if though that was background noise, like the cars in front of on the street, or was someone you know, whispering the answers.
Okay, thank you. Is it all? Okay, thank you. We have one more question.
Probably I have 3 questions.
Okay.
Very short, very
One
quick.
person, 3 questions.
It's to optimize it. Well, I would like to know if it is possible to integrate the system with open systems such as Moodle. The other one is where I guess the data is stored in your servers, probably. So it's not in the institution.
No, actually, do you want me to answer right away?
Yeah, of course.
First, we specialize in integrations and customization processes. That's our specialty, in addition to all of this technology. So we can integrate with any system, like anything you can imagine, through an API, LTI, web services, flat files, and so on. And basically, this is the most common way of how our clients are using our software. We are the LMS, we have training courses. However, our online exam software is the best in the market. And for example, if institutions are using Moodle, which they do, and Blackboard, they come to us and they say, okay, they also have the module for exams, but we want something more advanced. Can you integrate with our Moodle platform? And first, candidates can do their courses in the Moodle platform, so we embed our link in their platform, and as I said, the white labeling is completely customizable. You can rent the interface, so candidates do not even see the transition from the institutional software and ours. For example, recently we did that for Lufthansa, which is the famous aviation company, where we had some survey afterwards, and none of the students actually noticed the transition from two systems because of the perfect integrations.
Okay, and I come from a university that during COVID was using proctoring systems integrated into Moodle, and the problem was not the technology, the problem was low.
Slow?
Yeah, no, the problem was the low. The law that we have at Europe is the EU GDPR. They told us that the student could refuse to be recorded into their personal space. So we have some problems, and important problems related with this. I don't know if you have had some kind of experience with this kind of rules, or people arguing or not wanted to be recorded, or maybe here the problem was not to record the face of the person, or is to record the space. It was our problem during the COVID.
So since we are the provider of the exam software as well as the services, we don't deal with those things. Those are institutional issues, the organization that is providing the exams. However, in my experience for 5 years now, we haven't had such a problem.
We have had very serious problems.
I think maybe your students used that in order to avoid tests in that time, because like recording.
Actually, it's the law that prevents you from doing all those things.
And
because
which
it says
country?
you mustn't. Even in Serbia, there are some legal restrictions on what you can do, even with facial ID,
yes.
Because those are very, very much personal things. I mean, like personal identity. So you mustn't take that. But it's a perfectly. I do understand your point of view. I mean, if someone is wants to do it and wants to pass that exam, that's perfectly okay. I agree. If I consent, that's perfectly okay. Yeah, the legal aspect is.
We have various certifications, GDPR, for example, regarding the data privacy. So I believe that covers that part. And regarding your second question, did you ask about deployment servers? So we can, the software can be hosted on cloud, on your UTSM cloud, dedicated cloud, so there is no shared space, which is very, very important for all of the organizations, universities, corporation, governments, as well as the on-premise solution or your cloud. If you, as an organization, have your own servers, you can host it there, on your premises, basically. So both options are available.
So if I understood that clearly, that means that if you buy our institution, right. So if our institution buys the product, then we can own everything, both the software, the product, and the data.
Exactly.
So it's only ours. Right?
One-time fee in that case, and you're the full owner of the software.
Okay, and can you tell us one time fee?
It depends, really, it depends on the package, so it varies from, it depends, really.
Okay.
How many students?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We really do not have a predefined pricing because of these ways, because it is not the same if you need a software that's strong, that handles 10,000 students at the same time, or you have a testing session and only 10 students are taking the exam.
Because it's deployed on a virtual machine and it's scalable. So it different number of students require different hardware solutions and hardware requirements. So that's one of the many things that influence in the total final cost of the software.
Okay, right, thank you. And can you just, are there any questions from the...
And you talk about data. Where is the data stored?
Data is stored on ours. If you choose to store your data on Udemy Cloud and not your cloud personally or your premises, data is stored in Canada and France and Germany. So there is an option depending on which. That is currently where we have our servers. But we are open to rent, to buy servers in any other location if your regulations requires so. Because European institutions need to be, you know.
Thank you. Questions? More questions? No? Okay, just one more question.
Sure.
Yeah. Which universities or schools use your system, your software? So, are there any universities?
Yes. It's not here.
Particularly in Europe.
Well, we have Metropolitan University Academy in Brussels. So there are one of
Serbian and Montenegrin air traffic services.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
As you all know, universities, like regular universities, our Serbians are not yet into this kind of solution.
Yeah.
We get it because we are
That's why I
suspicious.
asked, and even from Europe, because it's very important for us to see, because of the GDPR and legal aspects, etc. So to see some good
We are
practice.
GDPR compliant, if I didn't mention that before. We have these use cases, particularly down on Mobius Institute. We have some university in Canada, which is the Centre de Services Scolaires Grandes Universités, Quebec. Then we have the Mobius Institute. This is the international institute. They have testing candidates all over the world. And for example, what is interesting in their case is that they offer tests in, I believe, 45 languages. So our interface, as well as the tests, can be completely and automatically translated into any language.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Then we also have the London Health Science Centre, the Brain Injury Association, and I believe that Lufthansa is also using for their schools, their courses, in order to train their employees, not only to recertificate.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you. This was really interesting presentation because we're all practitioners here, so we want to know what's happening in this field as well. Thank you. Okay, now I have a proposal to make. Since we're a little bit running behind time and the lunch is ready, so if you all agree, we can now have lunch break. And after lunch break, then there are two on-site sessions by Nemanja Veselinovic, virtual reality environments used for e-learning and application of artificial intelligence in e-learning. And then we will have session 3. Session 3 will be online. So the presenters are online. You will see here, you will see the screen. So now lunch break, and it will be 45-minute lunch break. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us, for being here after lunch. Now it's my honor to call upon Nemanja Veselinovic, who will be talking about virtual reality environments used for e-learning. Nemanja, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Nemanja Veselinovic and I'm very happy and glad to be here. I'm not as good a presenter as my previous colleagues, but I'll try my best. My work is virtual reality environments for e-learning. The main chapters of my work are virtual reality, types of virtual reality environments, development of virtual environments, application of virtual reality in e-learning, and advantages and disadvantages of virtual reality. So let's start. Virtual reality is a computer technology that uses a virtual reality headset or multi-project environment, sometimes in combination with the probes or physical environment to create realistic sounds, images and other sensations that promote the user's physical presence in imagined or virtual environment. As it has proven to be very functional, the accessibility of virtual reality has become huge and it has certainly become one of the more popular technologies in e-learning. For now, the most known applications are in the fields of medical training and physics, where it stands out the most. The main advantage of this technology is that it can transport students to the farthest corners of the universe in the blink of an eye and surround them with engaging and deep educational environment. Improved motivation for learning is also a very important factor, and we can consider it even the biggest advantage, considering that it raises the level of motivation of students. This way, they will no longer be stuck with pages of boring text, bullet points and illustrations, but will have the opportunity to really go through the experience and get the most out of it instead. About history of VR, the beginning of the development of virtual reality is considered to be the machine constructed by Edwin Link in 1929, which gave the passenger the feelings of flying an airplane. After that, at the beginning of the 60s of the 20th century, the Sensorama device was created which, using light, sound, movement and smell, gave the user the feeling of driving through Brooklyn. The same device later evolved into a pilot training device. One of the most significant works that contribute to the development of VR technology is Ivan Sutherland's works Ultimate Display, published in 1965. In this paper, the author tried to explain how the computer can provide a window into the virtual world. In 1968, the same author constructed the first head-mounted display, which enabled monitoring of the user's position, could display a wire model of the environment, as well as generate display for the user's left and right eye. Working methods of virtual reality. As human beings, we base our perception of the world on rules developed by our experience. We believe in what we see, hear, and feel. VR designers use the basic rules of perception and ideas about how we interact with the world to create an environment that is authentic as the world around us. Today's VR technology is constantly evolving to offer new, more immersive experience. Currently, the most immersive VR experience are built on the following functionalities: field of view and frame rate, sound effects, and head tracking. Also, VR technology is becoming more and more impressive. VR devices are becoming thicker and more mobile, with fewer wires and more pixels. Haptic sensors and tracking gloves are replacing clumsy control systems, while machine learning and development of artificial intelligence are changing the way VR technology tracks our interactions. From technical perspective, VR is a simple concept made up of connected wires, screens, and computer systems. There are three types of VR environments. First one is multi-user distributed virtual environments. Second one is collaborative virtual environment systems and immersive virtual environments. The first one, multi-user distributed virtual environments, refers to a specific type of virtual environment in which the user, represented by a digital avatar, has the ability to interact with the environment and other users, also represented by avatars. Multi-user distributed virtual environments are used in education to create online communities for pre-service teaching, training, and professional development, engaging in science-based activities while promoting socially responsible behavior and helping students understand and experience history by immersing them emotionally and politically in historical context, promoting social and moral development through cultures of increment, providing an environment for programming, creative exploration of new mathematical concepts, and engagement in scientific inquiry. Second one, collaborative virtual environment systems are distributed virtual reality systems that offer graphically realized, potentially infinite digital landscapes. Within these landscapes, individuals can share information through interactions with each other and through the individual and collaborative interactions with data representations. Virtual environments offer the potential for great flexibility in how landscape data and individuals are represented. For example, representations of data of our individuals can use sophisticated 3D graphical representation, be 2D flat representations, or simple be text streams based on toolplane. And the last one, immersive virtual environments, provide a tightly coupled human-computer interface. Input to the human participant sensory organs is directly generated via computer displays in visual, auditory, tactile, and haptic modalities. The participants work in extended virtual space created by the interaction between the human perceptual system and computer-generated screens. Development of virtual reality. Recently, various higher education courses have appeared, which partially solve the issue of designing virtual environments. It is important to note that most courses are organized within the faculties of IT, art, design, and architecture. Although the existence of this course confirms the previously indefended need to educate people in the design and development of 3D interactive content, the knowledge they offer is still seen as a supplement to traditional architectural or computer education. Design of VR. Interactive modification of surface representations can allow designers to perform a modeling of objects and surfaces and therefore the design of real environments while immersed in virtual environment. By modeling and designing while in the virtual environment, designers can approximately experience the approximate results of their design in real time while actually manipulating elements of the virtual environment. In this way, designers can carry on the modeling process while being a very difficult contact the model. Virtual environments are by definition built on principle of imitating the special experiences provided by real environments. People experience virtual environments as a kind of three-dimensional space that includes several objects and events which do not necessarily have a duplicate in the real world. The synthetic environment defined by these objects and events is setting which can accommodate human activities such as navigation, interaction, and communication. VR modeling language. To develop an interactive virtual environment, it is necessary to use 3D modeling and a virtual reality model language, and now X3D successor of VRML. Today, VR modeling language is mainly used to display statistic 3D models, maintaining compatibility with VRML among the usual options for displaying 3D and 2D statics and animated graphics. It is impossible to play sound film as part as the scene, then censor and hyperlinks to other objects whereby their interaction can be controlled by scripts within the file itself. Currently, ACMA script, JavaScript, and Java are supported for this purpose. It is also possible to assign physical characteristics to objects. Extensible 3D. Instead of focusing on specific problems that surfaced, since in some parts the specification remained vague or ambitious, which led browser manufacturers to seek solutions at their own discretion, and there be divide from the standard which is not defined in the part in order to catch up with the general XMLization on the web. The main goal becomes the elaboration of XML syntax for VRML. The characteristics of 3D is that, in addition to being able to be created in classic VRML code, X3D also uses XML to display VRML forms. Based on the XML language, X3D allows easy creation of reading and writing tools, as well as great extensibility. Scripting language. A scripting language is a programming language that is excused by interpretation. It is most often used for writing small programs as scripts, and scripts are quick to write and are used to perform small tasks. Because of their portability and easy writing, scripting languages have become popular in web programming. The three basic types of scripts are connected scripts, movement scripts, and activation scripts. Avatars. Avatar represents the embodiment of the user, of the so-called alter ego of the user in the two-dimensional and three-dimensional world. Avatars are used in computer games, on internet forums, and other places. The aim is to create a perfect avatar model, as it will be a representation of the user both in a video game and in a virtual world. Application of virtual reality in e-learning. The application of VR is very widespread, but if we stick to education and e-learning, the application areas can be applied to application in schools and colleges, virtual museum, and used for training. First one, and the main application in schools and colleges. The virtual world combines interactive 3D graphics, technological simulations, technological reality, internet telephony, or internet voice transmission to provide users with unlimited ability to communicate, collaborate, and explore. During the development phase, virtual environments were mainly based the gaming community, and over time they were adapted to meet the needs of the increasing number of educators connecting using virtual worlds for course delivery. Environments in virtual worlds can be used as a digital classroom, a virtual place to hold a lecture, which can look like a traditional face-to-face lecture. It is clear that virtual worlds can be used in a variety of innovative ways. Virtual worlds can also provide an environment for role-playing activities aimed at immersion in the assigned role and visually seamless 3D simulation. Some of the most popular virtual worlds are Second Life, Active Worlds, and Dare. Virtual Museum. The development of the internet, multimedia technology, databases, and other information and communication technologies have enabled the existence of virtual museums. Digital technology has introduced change in the way museum collections are preserved, and thus also in the way they are displayed. X-ray imaging and 3D laser scanning are some of the modern ways of scanning museum exhibits that have enabled their display in virtual space. Virtual museums consist of a collection of digitized images, drawings, photographs, sound and video recordings, newspaper articles, and various museum objects that are not connected in the physical world by the place where they are located, but are somehow connected to the context of the real heritage to which they refer. Virtual museum does not have digitalized exhibits, and that is especially why it differs from a museum in the traditional sense. In addition to viewing and searching for URL addresses found in virtual museums, the visitors is also enabled to add contact to the virtual museum and thereby participate in the creation of virtual museum. Research shows that virtual museums attract more visitors than real museums. Students and pupils are frequent visitors of virtual museum, and in addition to visiting them, they also create their own virtual museums. About training. The final and most prevalent field of application of VR in education that we will mention is training. We could consider training as a special case of education because it usually involves teaching specific knowledge related to manual tasks rather than general knowledge. VR training provides a safe environment for training tasks that would otherwise be impractical or even dangerous to perform in real life. VR training has been applied to the general fields of transportation, medicine, engineering, and military and security. Transportation. When it comes to transportation, the application of VR started a long time ago. Transfer flight simulators were on the first application of VR technology. Modern VR flight simulators use high-resolution computer graphics that provide 180-degree field of view, real instrument panels, and movement platforms that have translation and rotation capabilities. These motion platforms provide motion cues that are correlated with auditory and visual events, providing highly realistic feedback. Specific simulators are now used for specific types of aircraft that allow training and retraining of commercial pilots when transferring from one aircraft to another, and databases of real airports around the world giving realistic takeoff and landing scenarios. Pilot training is expensive from both and financial and environmental perspective, as well as dangerous. VR simulators therefore provide a commercially viable and safe alternative and can be used to prepare pilots to handle damaging and dangerous situations that would be difficult, if impossible, to perform in the real world. Using in the medicine. Like pilot training, medical training is an expensive process and involves risk to patients. Conventional medical training therefore requires students to use cadavers in the initial stages of, surgical training, followed by long sessions of supervising qualified surgeons performing a specific task. Surgical training has benefit most from the development of haptic feedback devices that provide a realistic sense of control and manipulation of soft-bodied tissue. Most of development of VR in medicine is in the training of a new range of non-invisible or minimally invasive endoscopy techniques. Endoscopy has many applications, including laparoscopic, thoracoscopic, and hysteroscopy. An endoscope is usually a flexible tube containing a camera and other instruments inserted into the body for visual inspection and for taking biopsies and removing rods and foreign objects. The method involves an indirect approach to the operation part and therefore causes many disadvantages for the surgeon, including limited vision and difficult hand-eye coordination and handling of instruments with limited mobility. Surgeons require a lot of training and experience to perform surgery successfully and safely. Military use. Of course, a large area of application in training is for military purpose, primarily because it allows us to introduce the application of a multi-user 3D environment. These multi-user systems are otherwise known as distributed interactive simulation. DIS is a standard for running multi-platform real-time war games using computer distributed around the world, and is especially used by military organizations. The standard was developed through the series of workshops at the Interactive Network Simulation for Training Symposium. For military purposes, the benefits are the user benefit from role planning and operations in more secure environments. Advantages of virtual reality. The advantages of using virtual environments in e-learning bring different possibilities. In virtual environments, students, even though they are geographically distant, do not have this barrier. The possibility of various simulations and trainings was provided so that students could experience firsthand how something works. Interaction is at the highest possible level. Different forms of communication are provided. Chat, live audio and video are presented. Socialization is one of the primary goals, and the ability to share content is of great importance. Different forms of work allow you to get to know your colleagues better, and in this way you get an insight into different solutions and different opinions on a given problem. Emphasis is placed on collaboration and cooperation. Another advantage of using virtual environments is learning through play. The use of computer games and games in general of educational purposes offers different presentations of knowledge and creates opportunities for basic knowledge in the virtual world, thus supporting and facilitating the learning process. And disadvantages of VR. When it comes to the disadvantages of applying virtual environments in education, one of the main disadvantages is the necessary access to a computer and the internet, as well as the problem caused by insufficient knowledge of the technology to access virtual environments. Students may feel that they will not be able to achieve good results due to insufficiently wide technologies, and may try to avoid using such technologies and tools. Also, one of the disadvantages is the loss of human contact, body language, and the appearance of misunderstanding. Although the student will communicate through the avatar, it cannot be expected that the avatars will behave as we do in the real world, that they will make the same gestures and behaviors. Also, some students have good writing communication and test talking skills. There are always students who will miss the absence of face-to-face oral exams. And about conclusion, in the future we will increasingly expect the merging of real and virtual environments in order to develop virtual environments to support learning. The main goal is to achieve cooperation with as many remote users as possible, and this will be achieved by bringing the virtual and real environment closer together. The virtual environment provides support for audio and video, animation, hyperlinks, and other types of data. In virtual environment, the benefits are not limited in time or space. Virtual environments are for creating, publishing, and working. With accelerated evaluation of highly sophisticated computers, communication services, and productive systems, a major shift has been made in the way people use and work with technology.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Nemanja.
Thank you.
Are there any questions regarding virtual reality?
Yes, I have a question. What are the limitations of this technology? I assume I have never used virtual reality. I have awful motion sickness, so I wouldn't even try. What are the limitations regarding the use of that technology? For example, you've mentioned training pilot trainings, surgeons, and everything. What I think is that the feedback they get is not the same as in real time, in real world. For example, surgeons, they learn procedures and everything, but the feel, I suppose, is not the same as doing it real time. So what are the limitations of use of that technology? I assume it necessitates further equipment, hardware, to actually get the real feel.
Yeah, there is no limitation about future of virtual reality, but the problem is because hardware of these components is very expensive, and it is the first one and the main problem for the limitation and exploring virtual reality in general.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no more questions, we can move on to our next speaker, which is Nemanja Veselinovic. Again, he will be talking about application of artificial intelligence in e-learning, the role of chatbots. So I suppose it's similar to what we've heard.
Yes, very similar.
Okay, very nice. Okay, thank you.
We can start?
Yeah. Just change the presentation.
The second topic is application of artificial intelligence in e-learning, the role of chatbots. Chapters of this topic are artificial intelligence in e-learning, history of chatbots, the role of chatbots, classification of chatbots, and also advantages of chatbot in education, and development of chatbots. First, artificial intelligence in e-learning. The most popular positioning strategies used by companies regarding the application of artificial intelligence and machine learning in higher education institutions and ed-tech companies are personalization and customization, analytics and performance reporting, virtual tutor learning support, and gamification. However, checking each individual student, analyzing individual results, and creating materials according to each student's needs is too time-consuming and almost impossible. That's why the Century platform was created with the help of a team of educators from the Century Tech company, which allows educators to take smart interventions with each student based on the data about the knowledge and the needs of each student that the platform collects. The platform combines artificial intelligence, learning science, and neuroscience. In addition, to help students develop their own skills and retain knowledge throughout life, the Century platform uses learning principles such as interviewing. Students study several subjects at the same time instead of just one. It stimulates the brain to associate different topics and make connections between them, which improves long-term memory. Automation of education is possible with Microsoft package. However, the inability of educators to devote themselves sufficiently to each individual student in a group class causes mediocre performance and existence of a large number of students who drop out of education courses. The basic element of automation is QBot. When a student asks a question, QBots use the tags of the lessons to which the questions relate and the teacher from whom the answer is expected. After a certain period in which only teachers answer the question, The chatbot recognizes segments of answers to the questions asked and suggests possible answers. If the chatbot fails to find a suitable answer in its database, it forwards the question to the teacher. At the same time, in addition to answering questions, the chatbot also takes into account the discussions in which similar topics have been discussed. History of chatbots. In 1950, Alan Turing proposed the so-called Turing's test, Can Machines Think? And from then on, the general idea of chatbot started. The introduction of chatbot technology began in 1966 with a computer program known as ELIZA, developed by a group of professors from MIT University. Over the years, other chatbots have incorporated more modern and more sophisticated techniques to better understand user questions and provide more relevant and useful answers. Today, chatbot can perform many of the functions of a mobile app or website, all within the messaging app conversation without requiring the user to install or download new apps. The role of chatbots. Chatbots are the ones that make precedence in solving the problem of providing an immediate response to a query. Virtual agents, dialogue systems, or chatbots are programmatic conversational systems that interact with users using natural everyday speak. The purpose of the chatbot system is to stimulate, that is, to imitate human conversation. Namely, the chatbot architecture integrates a language model and algorithms to imitate an informal conversation between a human and a computer using natural language. In order to better understand chatbots, it's necessary to start from the conversational interface, which is defined as an interface with which the user interacts throughout conversation, either in written or oral form. A natural user interface is an interface that interacts with natural flows such as speech, hand gestures, and touch, while a chatbot is an example of a combination of conversational and UI interfaces. The advantage of the combined dialogue is that the system can quote the user, but the user has the ability to say whatever he wants, as well as ask questions. The limitation is that the system must be technically advanced in order to take care of its structure and agenda and understand and correctly respond to the user's statements, as well as remember important informations. Three main implementations of chatbot are digital assistant, information provider, and general chatbot. Chatbots are most often used in today's technology for purposes of education, information retrieval, business and e-sales as customer support, which is estimated to be the main reason for using chatbots in the future. The application of mobile messenger chatbots for commercial purposes is at the beginning of the development phase called conversational commerce. Namely, the chatbot is able to recognize the user's intention and adjust the offer according to choices and interests. Classification of chatbots. Over the past few years, the field of chatbots has become so dynamic with the advent of new technologies that the precise classification of chatbots has become subjective in relation to the extent of their use. Chatbots can be classified into different categories based on several criteria, for example, mode of interaction, domain of knowledge, their use and design techniques, commonly used in building chatbots. These criteria may include the underlying design philosophy of the chatbot or the degree to which context should be preserved and considered in understanding the conversation or the type and purpose of the conversation for which the chatbot should be designed. criteria for a broad classification, oriented or non-task oriented, method of iteration and generating answers, open and closed domains, the type of chatbot relationship with the user, need human assistant or not, good and bad chatbots, and chatbots developed on open or closed platforms. Advantages of chatbots in education. Supported by artificial intelligence, chatbot technology personalizes the educational environment and fundamentally changes the educational system. In addition to electronic commerce, customer service, catering and other industries facing consumers of products and services, the wide field of its application today also includes student cooperation. Better support for students, learning assistance, motivating students, and insensitive educational experience, and updating lesson plans and schedules. Better support for students. Program to answer various types of student questions and thereby improve the overall educational experience. Chatbots give educational institutions the opportunity to provide a better support system to their students. Chatbot technology offers information about classes, libraries, tuitions, internships, private education costs, teaching staff, dormitories, and more. Chatbots can serve as guides to college life for students. Instead of asking older students for help or waiting days for a professor to answer, freshmen can ask chatbot for a solution in the middle of the night, since chatbot technology is available 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Learning assistance. Chatbot technology can also serve as an effective learning assistance. Thanks to artificial intelligence, chatbots handle repetitive tasks of a professor, like grading assignments and tests with ease and precision. In this way, chatbot technology saves them time and allows them to fully devote themselves to providing the most developed and rich educational experience. AI chatbots can recommend course material, help students achieve goals, track students' performance and progress, and provide personalized feedback. Being able to analyze learning styles and individual needs, bots can offer students personalized and proactive assistance in the form of customized learning resources and functional knowledge tasks. Motivating students. Social networks and instant messaging services have made it even more difficult to motivate students to work. If educators are to be believed, today's students struggle not only with a lack of interest, but also with a lack of concentration. These learning disabilities are particularly noticeable in elementary and high school students. Chatbot technology can also help solve this problem, since it can be applied precisely to teenagers, favorite social networks, and instant messaging services. Professors can use the so-called omnichannel approach to help students show their favorite online channels. Chatbots tools further improve communication with pupils and students. Instead of relying on slow email correspondence and various online portals to search for urgent information, students can simply contact the chatbot through the same platform they normally use to communicate with their friends and get the answer they want immediately. And insensitive educational experience. With the help of the chatbot technology, complicated aspects of the educational process, such as school administration or communication between professor and students, are simplified to the point that the focus can be placed entirely on learning itself. We can thank artificial intelligence for this, which is developing the ability to process a natural language in chatbots. As a distinct field of computer science, natural language processing gives bots the ability to understand contextual meaning, so they grasp the field meaning potential of student questions and provide meaningful and relevant answers. Supported by artificial intelligence, natural language processing and machine learning, chatbot technology understands human language and talks to us in a completely natural way. Artificial intelligence also contributes to the speed of data processing, so chatbot technology can process them in just a few seconds. Updating lesson plans and schedules. With the help of chatbot technology, pupils and students will always be up to date with lesson plans and schedules of lectures and exams. Information regarding exam dates, study and research resources, paper and essay topics, and all other teaching activities will also be provided to them in a timely manner. Chatbots can also be programmed to send reminders and notifications related to exam deadlines, whether it's exam preparation literature or exam registration and exam costs, so students can fully focus on academic growth and development, and professors to students. The number of educational institutions implementing AI chatbot technology is growing at an ever-increasing rate, primarily due to its intrinsic ability to facilitate and enhance the educational experience. Development of chatbots. The development of chatbots involves different techniques. Understanding what chatbot will offer and what category it falls into helps developers choose algorithms or platforms and tools to build it. At the same time, it also helps end user understand what to expect. Requirements for designing a chatbot include an accurate knowledge representation, response generation strategy, and a set of predefined neutral responses to respond when the user's expression is not understood. The first step in designing any system is to divide it into component parts according to standard, so that a modular approach to development can be followed. The process starts with user requests to chatbot using a messaging app like Facebook, Slack, WhatsApp, WeChat or Skype, or an app that uses text or speech input like Amazon Echo. Education must be as accessible as possible in the 21st century. Access to education and lifelong learning is included the most important global strategies, including those of the UN. No sector of the economy has been able to escape data management, which is why education-related systems need to use data analytics to design new personalized education programs that can quickly and accurately bridge knowledge gaps. In addition, it has long been believed that teaching the same material to a large number of students is dysfunctional. Chatbots can reach a wide audience in messaging apps and be more efficient than humans. At the same time, they can be developed into capable information gathering tool. They provide significant savings in the work of the customer service department. With the further development of AI and machine learning, someone may not be able to understand whether they are talking to a chatbot or a real-life agent.
All right, thank you, Nemanja. Do you have any questions? No? I have a question. How do you see the future direction of research going? How do you see?
Research of chatbots. In the future, I think every university, college, or in education will have chatbots on the high level. Now it's research.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are continuing with virtual presentations. We will just take a few minutes to connect our presenters. We're going to see a presentation on approach of studying independence of series RLC circuits, then flipped learning in co-education through micro-text messaging within a blended learning atmosphere, and last, the framework to use virtual reality and augmented reality in education, future challenges and opportunities.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
All right, we'll start. Our next presentation, as I mentioned, is Ivana Krulj with presentation on approach of study independence of series of RLC circuits. Ivana, I would ask you to share your presentation with us, and you can start your presentation.
Thank you. I will share all my full screen. Just a moment. Can you see now?
We can see the PowerPoint, not the full screen.
Yes, but I will rest on PowerPoint because I want to jump in other windows because it is very important to my presentation.
All right.
So can we start? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm pleasure to participate in 13th e-learning conference. My colleagues and I greet the organizers and the participant, and feel sorry not to address you live. I'm Ivana Krulj from Academy of Applied Technical and Preschool Studies from Niš Department Vranje. I'm going to show a presentation and other windows of our paper and approach to study independence of a serial RLC circuit. The paper presents one of the educational approaches to the study of impedance and resistance in alternating circuit or current circuit in RLC circuit, in particular having a resistor, capacitor, and coil connected in series. In this paper, it is expressed, can you see? Just a moment, okay. In this paper, it is expressed how these contents are being studied with the appliance of free digital resources, more precisely digital labs in an interactive way. Advantage of these digital environments is their accessibility and the fact they are free. For several years, I have been using digital contents in teaching. The only thing that has been changing is teaching approach in harmony with lecture goals. During live classes, these resources could be, but they don't have to be used. If the teacher has lab equipped with analog devices. However, speaking on online classes, Digital labs are inevitable when it comes to learning physics, electrotechnics, mechanical engineering, and all. I'm going to briefly show you 3 or 4 digital labs and show what exactly do students do, what are the advantages and drawbacks of working on each of them, and point out that students learn actively in virtual environments. So this is serial RLC circuit about theory consideration. There are 3 electronic and electrotechnics elements in it, and mathematics in this topic is that this is expression of Ohm's law. That is something problems students cannot to understand the mathematics approach in physics or electrotechnics topic. So I will show 3, or if I will have a time, 4 digital environments or applet simulation, digital labs for learning in interactive way that topics. First of all is, I now must change my window and go to PhET simulation. PhET simulation of NH circuit provides to students, of course, construction by adding certain electrical or electronics components and elements, such as you can see a wire, AC voltage source, resistor, capacitor, inductor, switch, of course, voltage chart, current chart, meter source, voltmeter, and ammeter, and we can read the values of some quantities and can see how electrons flow through wire. In these environments, digital environments, it's important. The movement of electrons can clearly be visible. And the visualization of this simulation is significant for understanding the term alternate current. However, in the realized simulation, accurate and precise positioning of elements is required, especially conductor. This is the way to position. We can put all of them element and make a circuit, putting or changing something of them. And can you see that can be problem with manipulation of this element. But determining the equivalent impedance of resistance can be reducing by to calculating. Therefore, it is important to know where the voltmeter and ampermeter to be placed. So this lab simulation allows students to understand how voltage and current are measured directly and also how resistance is measured indirectly. Students can learn to recognize all important elements of circuits, as well as the relevant relationship between voltage, current, and resistance. But manipulation is difficult for our students in this lab, digital lab. Next digital environments I will show now. It is on Java Lab or Java Lab. This is a way how students can learn about serial connected elements, resistor, coil, and capacitor. So this simulation provides measurement in a previously built AC circuit. Certain physical quantities value are being selected using a slider for each of them. For example, like this. Okay, that slider is integrated in simulation application within available range, yes. The advantage of this simulation is the visualization in the same time on the 3 voltage phasors. This is, there are phasors. Can change here for visible phasors. Okay, red, green, and blue phasors. Of all of 3 circuits elements. Determining equivalent impedance or resistance is reduced to calculation or reading the value using option equation. It is option, just a moment. It is option to see equation or see graph. One advantage of this simulation is possibility to merge of 3 phasors and see them in the same place in the same time. And next virtual lab, it is on Walter Fand physics applets. It's about combination of resistor inductors and capacitors. In this window you can see, and I will explain what students can do in this applet simulation. In this simulation, students can choose elements of circuits, resistor, inductor, capacitor in this button here. Can replace, can add or same element or change, can choose voltage and value of frequency. Interactivity in the use of simulation is made possible by choosing of these values and adding circuit elements. Of course, all of are either ideal elements. For example, capacitor is ideal. it hasn't any resistance, and the resistor hasn't inductivity, for example. So for the selected values of our physical parameter, and for the chosen topology of RLC circuit, this simulation window, it is possible to read value of electrical quantities, voltage and current, complex impedance, phase angle in this part of window here, a voltage amperage complex impedance, the bottom of window. And this is advantage of using this simulation, because student can read, not necessary to calculate. It was discovered that placing the ammeter or voltmeter in the proper places within the circuits in a tedious task due to numerous action and recording the results. But after the students explore menu of graphical user interface and become familiar with the possibilities of simulation, they start with their laboratory activities on the formation of a serial RLC circuit and observe what happens when the frequency of alternating current in the serial RLC circuit change. Students observe, and you can see in, I will return in presentation, fill this table for some values of frequency, for constant value of resistance, of constant value of inductivity and capacity, and fill filled in a table. And after that, they can read impedance and filled for impedance. When all of three elements, I will put that elements now. I will put inductor, I will put capacitor in series combination. I put frequency, for example, 50 Hertz. I can read that impedance has some value, and after that, with changing frequency, for example, 70 or 100, etc., we can read what is the, just a moment, what happened with impedance. So if students correctly fill out table, they can conclude that the change of the growth trend occurs when something interesting happened with capacitor reactance or impedance, and inductor reactance or impedance. If they analyze the changes in two mentioned variable with increasing frequency, students will notice an almost equalization of their values. Then it is possible to reach the exact value of frequency at which these two reactance values are canceling each other. This further means that they can reach the exact value at which the equivalent impedance of a serial RLC circuit is the smallest, that is the condition when resonance occurs in the AC circuit. In this way, students practically and experimentally reach the solution without directly applying Thomson formulas. At the same time, this approach represents the possibility of introducing Thomson formulas in a methodic context as well as to understanding it. And the end, one station more. It is I will write like this. Okay. Application shows a simple circuit consisting of alternating voltage source, and depending of the selected button on ideal resistor or ideal capacitor or ideal coil or inductor. We can put a button start and show what's happened. In addition, three methods three elements can be analyzed. Resistor, resistor, capacitor, and coil, but in different times. What students can do, they can read voltage, frequency, average, or inductivity or capacity or resistance. So below the equivalent scheme of the circuits, students can see left phasors diagram. It is possible to read the time varying values of voltage or current oscillations phases from the position of the two phasors. Voltage is blue, current is red. The projection of a phasor onto vertical axis corresponds to the time varying value of voltage with respect to the time varying value of current. On the bottom right, this bottom, the students can all there's manifestation in slow motion mode. Okay, and this is a way how a student using this program will indicate the new value of the maximal current. One approach to understanding the phenomenon of impedance minimization at a certain frequency is to measure the voltage on certain circuit element and compare them using the previously described applet. So combination of simple AC circuits and combination of resistor, inductors, and capacitor can improve knowledge of our student to understanding better what is impedance in this way or connecting that elements. And the end, this is a picture of this picture of each of simulation. And the end, I would like some of our conclusion. So our students, what is important for us who teach them, that students single-handedly create RLC circuit, modulate frequencies, frequency values, read impedance, organize data in a table, discover impedance dependence of frequency, analyze, once again, form the conclusion in peer, in group, or individually, explore caused discover dependence. It is very important for physics teacher. Describe the phenomenon, explain the phenomenon, make conclusion, and find a way to practice after these classes. And finally, I would like to talk that this teaching approach provides learning leading to student being able for individually or team building working and being able to present all concepts, all alternative current based on a single example RLC circuit, in our case serial, but of course in parallel too. Our plan is to spread the idea of the implementation of digital labs on all levels of education. And we hope that we will soon see the day when these labs are the obligatory part of physics or electrotechnics curriculum. And the usage will not depend on the will or enthusiasm of any professor to invent the teaching process, but it will be satisfies that is going to be regular parts of teaching professor in teaching professor and teaching process in future. That's all from me for now.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the public? No?
No.
All right. I have a question. I have to admit, this is not my area of expertise, so some of these concepts are a bit too much for me. Is this study approach presented limited only to the RLC circuits, or is it are there more applications of this approach?
Walter Fand has, I will show now, just a moment, has many subjects on between applets on many languages, for example, mathematics, physics, astronomy. And for example, in physics, we can choose language we will to show and to practice. Right now it is Deutsch, but I can put English. and many parts of physics or electrotechnics, optics, thermodynamics, theory of relativity, physics of atoms, nuclear physics, and solid state physics. But there are many simulation or applets, digital lab, such is, just a moment, FET simulation. I will show. FET simulation has many subject, not technical only. Excuse me. You can see biology, geography, and you can see here physics, chemistry, mathematics, earth, space, biology, and something more. And here a menu where you can put simulation for your classes or theme or semester or module. So that is that. But this is the way how we teach our students. Our goal is active learning and interactive learning, and we would like to see in our classes there that our students do and calculate and draw something and measure something and construct in this case some circuit, but it will be something else, doesn't matter.
Thank you very much, Ivana.
Thank you too
for being part of this conference. Okay, our next presenter is Numan Ahmed with presentation on flipped learning in co-education through microtext messaging within a blended learning atmosphere. Can we hear each other? Yes, all right. You can share presentation, even you can stop with the screen sharing.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Metropolitan University for giving me a chance for this presentation. Am I audible?
You're on, yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Dr. Numan Ahmed from Sultan Qaboos University, and I will just directly jump to the presentation. Can you see the screen now?
No, we cannot. Okay, we can see the PowerPoint, not the full screen. Now you can start the presentation.
Can you see it now?
No, you can start presentation. Okay, that's okay now.
That's okay now?
Yes.
Okay, the title of my presentation is Flipped Learning in Co-Education through Microtext Messaging within a Blended Learning Atmosphere. So we'll start from this slide that if we see in general, while during the teaching and learning, long teaching hours, basically they affect the performance of teachers and students that result in compromised learning outcomes. And we know this thing that at the end there's fatigue and they become tired, and that results in the problems of in-depth ideas development, and that results at the end towards the compromised learning outcomes. So microlearning is the solution of this problem, because normally what happens when a teacher or a student goes to the educational institution in general, on average, they stay from the morning, probably 8 or 9 o'clock until 3 to 4 o'clock or sometimes more. And during that, they would have different sessions with different students, and different students would have different learning sessions with different teachers. So microlearning is a technique that divides the learning content in small pieces, and that is used in small steps. So one of the psychologists, George Miller, said about that the brain can only retain 5 to 9 facts before either committing them to the long memory from the short memory. So that's why microlearning is very important. And in general, if we just check the literature, it is claimed at different places that female learners are shyer than the male learners. And when they are shyer, so of course, there could be a problem in general for them that they cannot discuss the ideas in details, their understandings, they cannot share whatever they want to discuss, any unclear concepts. So that's why they face the problem in general during the learning process. So if we just discuss about the flipped learning is a technique of learning in which, if we compare with the traditional classroom or face-to-face formal mode of education, so in the traditional classroom, we know this thing that the teachers, they come in the class and they deliver the lectures and students, they listen and then they go back and the process goes on for teaching and learning. However, for the flipped learning, there is a homework for the students, or there is some kind of activity or something to learn or understand at their own. It could be just sent to them or given to them earlier. And then they get back in the class for the face-to-face interactions, for discussions and understanding, and to share the ideas. So if we just move towards Twitter, so Twitter is a micro-blogging service, and it has length of a social network based on conversation that famously limits the length of the post, and the length of the post is around 280 characters. So if we connect all these dots, let's move forward, then we move towards the introduction of this one. And then if we just discuss about the blended learning, so blended learning is basically when our face-to-face learning get an additional support from the technology. So in general, we say this is a blended learning. And then after that, if we just think about the SMS is a short messaging service that is used to send and receive the messages using the smartphone or other electronic devices. So all of these are the things. So if we see here, in general, this paper, this will connect all these dots. This will just try to help this research and this study just try to just in the beginning assumed and just expected that the female learners, those are shy and face problems. Using these all these connected dots, if a framework is designed to help them, so they could get better learning outcomes. So this was the general idea, using the micro-learning technique. And then after that, for the female learners, using the flipped learning, and following that Twitter's 280 characters to limit it, to make it as, because here it is being shown that the micro-learning is dividing the contents in small steps. So this was one of the standard that was adopted by this study, using the Twitter to just cut down or chop out course contents in small pieces of 280 characters. And this was sent to the learners using SMS, that is a short servicing message for sending the messages through the smartphones within a blended learning environment. So if we just move towards the literature, what it says, what is micro-learning? It's a method. Researchers claim that it's a method that is based on separating the material in small pieces, in small steps, and dividing the learning in small parts to the learner. It has produced positive results that is known as micro-learning. Flipped learning is a method of teaching based on flipped approach, where the learning content is sent to the learners outside of the traditional classrooms using videos, audios, podcasts, small text messages, and face-to-face meetings are used for exchanging their ideas and discussions, just to clarify any unclear doubts or anything that moves towards better learning outcomes and better understanding. And short text messaging, as claimed by the researchers, that it allows us to send the text messages from sender to receiver or vice versa, and on using the smartphone. And Twitter is a famous microblogging site that has a character, the space of 280 characters for each tweet. And blended learning is when the technology is integrated with the formal face-to-face education. So it is called blended learning or hybrid learning. So the purpose of this study was to gauge the effects of flipped learning approach in co-education on gender diversity, male versus female, through microtext messaging within a blended learning atmosphere. And to convert all of these things, Twitter rule was used, and all the course contents were just chopped and divided in short parts, and they were sent to the students digitally using SMS. And classroom sessions were used for sharing the ideas and understanding and to discuss unclear concepts individually. And female students are linked here for this study to Group A and Group B. Group A is for the one gender, and Group B is for the other gender. So methodology, if we move towards the methodology, we can see here, actually, there was a course of IT that was that had a module named www Internet and Network and Internet. So for this course module, and just we divided this course module's content in small pieces and used in hybrid learning atmosphere, and total number of participants were 24. And this is actually substantial. Basically, there is another study and that did use this one with 21 participants. Moreover, if we see the teacher and student ratio internationally, so it ranges on average from 16, 18 students to 26, 25, 26 students. So that's why it's substantial. So this study had divided the participants into two groups. Group A for female, those were 9 students, and B, there were 15 students. And then after that, all those contents were divided in the tweets based on the tweets of 280 characters and sent to their mobiles. And especially both the groups, they were told that these messages will be sent for 2 weeks. And if they want to just read one message, they have to read at a time. And if they want to move towards another message for reading, they should give at least 10 minutes time. So at least the first message and whatever was the content in that one, it should be there with them. And then they should give a 10 minutes gap, just keeping in view that, as said by the psychologist, that the brain retains 5 to 9 commands just at one time, that moves from temporary to permanent memory. And formal classroom sessions were used for extending the ideas and the topics. So after that, if we move towards the result, the outcomes, actually what happened after attending all of these things for the evaluation and for the results, both groups A and B, they sat for the examination for that module. They just received the messages using the flipped learning approach, and those short messages, they just try to understand themselves, and then they came back to the face-to-face discussions inside the classroom. So they did sit for the examination, and if we see the examination results, these are shown on the screen, that we can see Group A was the female students, and the total number of marks for this module was 12.5. And when they did the examination, this is the group mean, the average of Group A for the girls. If we see on the screen that they got 10.17 marks out of 12.5 using these short messages. And then if we check the overall average of group mean of Group B for the male students, they got 8.43. So we can see this in the chart. So it means that if we go back and we just check and convert this one in the percentage of this 1.7 marks out of 12.5, it becomes around 13.92%. So it means that each student of Group A, that was the female student, got 13.92 marks, extra marks as compared to each student of Group B. So therefore, the results given in table 1, they clearly just verify that the micro-learning technique, it supported the female students. Those were just assumed in the beginning. Those were just assumed that they would get a better outcome using this approach. So overall, all these dots were connected using the literature review and using all of these things, SMS as a micro-learning tool within a blended learning environment, using the flipped learning approach really helped the female students to get elevated marks and better understanding. So let us conclude this one, that the short text messaging SMS tool is really helpful to the students, female students especially, for learning better ideas and overall better learning outcomes at within a blended learning environment, using the smart devices and using short gaps for understanding the messages, and coming back and just discussing these things in the classrooms. So at the end, I would say that especially all the educational specialists and teachers, they have a tool in their hands. They should not wait anymore, and they can start working on this one, at least because the girls in general, as claimed by the researchers in the beginning of this presentation, that they are shyer overall. In general, they are shyer as compared to male students. So they need more attention towards understanding and this thing. So individually, they could come back and they can understand using this flipped learning approach through micro learning text messages, and they could come back and individually they can share their ideas, because normally in the classroom it's difficult for a individual student to speak when they will come together and just for the discussion on these kind of things, so they will just get the better understanding and better learning outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Okay, I have a few questions, or maybe just one. In your research, you use just the gender-based categories, right? Nothing else.
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Students were categorized by genders, right?
Yes, students were categorized by genders, exactly.
Do you think that maybe the results would have been different if we had more categories, maybe personality-based or something like that, not just gender-based?
No, actually, this one is basically for, if we go for personality traits, so there are a lot of things if we talk about the behavior. So in general, you know, and there are also other things, but basically this was focused, this was one of the problem here, that the female students, they were getting less marks and they were coming back and they were just talking about, so that was, this study was focused purely for this one. That could be for sure as a future work, but this one is basically just focused on this one. Because there was, you can say, there were problems here with the female students. So just keeping in view that thing and getting the feedback from many of the students that in the classroom, so they were just, you know, facing problems while discussing or something. So probably some of them, they're feeling shy. So just we took that problem and we specifically worked on this thing and designed this framework according to this.
Thank you very much. Now our next presenter is also Dr. Numan Ahmed. His next presentation is on framework to use virtual reality and augmented reality in education, future challenges and opportunities. So you can start with your next presentation.
Thank you so much. Can you see the shared screen?
We can see, yes, we can see.
Okay, so if we just talk about this one, so let us start with the virtual reality and augmented reality. This is very famous nowadays, and these are the innovative technologies. Those are just creating the in-depth ideas and skill development of the learners, and this is claimed to be the future of the education. And soon, within probably one decade, or probably after 1 decade, we will see that if we want to book, for example, a hotel in another country that is far away, so we would have VR technology, and before booking, we would have a chance to just look around towards the structure and everything, interior and exterior of that hotel, and then after that we will be able to book it. But still, there's a time for that one, and the same thing is in the education, that right now there is a lot of research going on at different places, and it has been claimed as the future of education, but still there are some issues, some challenges, and we have to connect those dots. So you can see there are a lot of research studies and that is electronically scattered at different places, and there are different dots, it means, and we have to connect those dots first of all to understand. The educational institutions should understand that what is the future of digital education and using VR, AR, and other technologies. So we'll move towards that one, because VR and AR are the basics of mixed reality and extended reality, and we'll discuss about this one in this paper. So this paper joins the scattered dot to provide a complete picture of the future about digital teaching and learning. And we know that there are, of course, challenges and opportunities, and it offers a framework with a structure and a plan of instruction for using VR and AR technologies within active learning environment and within blended learning atmosphere. And that is economical, because right now there is one of the issues that the VR and AR gadgets are pretty expensive, and all the educational institutions and students, they cannot afford this one. So let's have a look about this one. Let's move towards a range of realities, and that is called reality virtuality continuum. If you see the picture, figure 1, it explains about what is real environment. Then after that, augmented reality, something gets augmented in the reality. Then after that, augmented virtuality and virtual reality. Understand this one in more details if we just have a look on this picture on the next screen. So we can see here there's a dog and a duck. So this is the real picture, this is the reality. Augmented reality is when electronically, computer generated objects gets integrated with the reality, so it gets augmented reality. And when these real objects get involved within the computer generated environment, that is called augmented virtuality. And virtuality or virtual reality is purely the immersive technology, or you can say means the computer generated environment. So this is the general idea about our augmented reality, virtual reality, augmented virtuality, and virtual reality. So if we check at the top, augmented reality and augmented virtuality, if they get combined, it is called mixed reality. And if we combine these three, this comes under the category of extended reality. So if we move, we can see here virtual reality and its impact on education. We can see here one girl is playing, and she is actually using VR headset and with the controller, and there is an environment, and she gets engaged with this one. We can see in the picture. And then after that, the impact, you can see virtual reality is a technology that permits a person to use a computer-based environment, which could be real or imaginary, and the real world is unseen because of the immersive technology. And this thing shows about this one, and VR has positive impact on the learning outcomes of education. So for the augmented reality, we can see here, it means that these two images of these pandas are computer generated, and these have been integrated within the real environment. So this is augmented reality, and we can see someone is using here in the second picture, using this augmented reality, viewing the reports and different things, and working probably in the office or at home with different outcomes. So if we just move towards mixed reality, as we can see here in the picture, that this person is just interacting. There is a real object. With the real object, there is something that has been popped electronically or computer generated. So using this one, this person can interact with the real object and including the computer generated menus or environment. So this comes in the mixed reality, and it has a strong impact on education. And we can see here the use of mixed reality in education produces high levels of engagement for contributors. This is claimed by the researchers. So this is, of course, important for the future. And when we talk about the extended reality, it integrates augmented reality, augmented virtuality, and virtual reality, as we discussed earlier. And we can see here currently these gadgets are very expensive. And overall, even if we see that Apple just was planning to just prepare these gadgets, probably these will be in the market. So right now they are just working on these gadgets up to a standard or specific quality. And some of them just they are extending from mixed reality to extended reality with some additional features. So extended reality gadgets are not in the market, but these will be the future of education. So literature does not have enough evidence to prove its impacts. However, researchers claim that XR is the future of education. And blended learning, as we discussed earlier, that when the technology is integrated with the method of instruction, face-to-face instruction is blended learning. And teal classroom is technology-enabled active learning classroom. We can see here where there are technologies available and the teacher can use using the computer, smartboard, VR headset, tablets, augmented and virtual reality, and probably in the future mixed and extended reality. So this is a technology-enabled classroom where it could be merged directly inside the classroom for doing different kind of activities. So future of education is, of course, as we discussed, the virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and extended reality. So we can understand this one. I would just, there are different dots available. So just to know about what will be the future of electronic, this education, we can just move to, I will just, I would like to show some of the, can you see the shared screen?
We can see the PowerPoint.
You can, okay. Yeah. Just. Can you see the screen now? With
yes, we can see.
YouTube link?
Yes.
So, yeah, if we see here, this is VR. So this is VR. If we just talk about the augmented reality, so we can just see on the screen. So it's shown that, for example, the topic is related with human heart. So we can see here that it will just pop out using the ear technology, and the students can understand this one. Next one is mixed reality. So it can be seen that within the real environment, both of the things have been integrated. So, am I audible?
No, we cannot hear the audio from the YouTube.
You cannot hear the audio?
No, from YouTube.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to kindly tell me, can you hear that? Can you hear the audio now? And can you see the picture? Special Oculus?
We can see the picture, yes.
Okay, I will explain. It's okay. Just so we can see here in the future, this is one of the environment where students and teacher can virtually meet with each other and work. These are the haptic gloves in the future when you will stay away and you can just have a look. We can interact with the objects. And even if we see here that we can just touch the objects, we can feel the tactile sense. Moreover, just you can see that we can shake the hands from far over. We can just touch and feel each other. So So you can see we can touch and feel each other from far away. So this is the haptic technology, and this is holoportation. So if you check here using the holoportation, this one. So if we connect all these dots, I will go back. Could you kindly tell me, can you see the screen again? I will go back and share the screen again. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation now?
Yes, we can see the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, so we have checked all of these. So if we just connect all these dots, so it tells about how will be the future of digital education. So we would be able to meet like in the classrooms. We would be able to use virtual reality, augmented reality using the holoportation. The student or teacher can just, sit in front of each other from thousands miles away, and they can just even, using these haptic gloves, they can just, touch and feel different objects, and physically they can feel that they are sitting in front of each other. So this one is the future of our education, this digital education. And then after that, let's move towards the challenges. So if we talk about the challenges, so right now, if we see the prices, so just this is Oculus Quest 2 that can be used with the controllers. This is the VR headset. The price in the market is the $387. And then after that, if we move towards the better one, value index, so the price gets increased, you can see here. So these are just the basic about VR only. And if we move towards AR reality glasses, we can see here, these are the prices, $699 from Epson. Google Glass is $1,800 US. So it means that these are pretty expensive, and these are, and not only this one, because we need the contents, the educational content to be created, and it's also costly. And these are the mixed reality glasses. You can see here, the price is even, it reaches for the HoloLens around $3,500 US. So what are the opportunities? So if we want to just use, this paper proposes that even there are some companies in the market, those are offering VR and AR and MR solutions. So we should not directly come to them because they are new as well. First of all, we should gear up. We should understand what is the future. How could we use it? So we should know our requirements. And after that, we can sign a contract with them, or we can just ask them to just outsource these things. So what are the opportunities? How the educational institutions could prepare themselves for these kind of things? We took an example of English, mathematics, and IT, or any other subject. So there are different, if we see here, these are different links available. Using these links, we can just download, for example, this one is one of the link that tells about the virtual reality and augmented reality. We can see here on the next screen that, let's say for the mathematics, for iOS and Android stores, we do have different kind of applications. Those could be downloaded and used for mathematics, let's say. And then after that, we do have, you can see here, augmented reality application for mathematics, using which if you write something on a paper and take as a picture, so you can see here, by taking the picture using this application, it solves all the question automatically with the steps, all the steps. So this is one of the application for the augmented reality that could be used. This is an opportunity. All the educational institutions, they can just use this one. And next one is a framework using which they can use it. We'll move towards that. And we can see here for the language, or for the English department, we can just have a look for this one, that we do have Mondly and Google Translator that is used for AR learning of languages. And we do have medical realities that is used for healthcare training using the augmented reality. And we know now what is augmented reality, how it works. So these are some of the applications, those are free available, and some of them are totally freely available on iOS and Android devices. So that could be, or that those could be installed on the computers, just to get an additional benefit and to understand our requirements before moving towards the future, gearing up for the future, and or probably if we want to just outsource our project for the creation of our content. So we should know before that. Okay, so there next we are moving towards a proposed framework for the integration of VR and AR materials, because MR, mixed reality, is based on virtual reality, augmented reality, and these the VR and AR are the basics of extended reality and mixed reality. So this is important to first understand what is virtual reality and augmented reality and how we can use in our materials, so we can integrate this one. As mentioned earlier, that there are several available resources, including 360 degrees and normal videos. Those can be seen by VR headset or Oculus Quest 2 or any other headset. And there are applications available in the Google Store, iOS, or Android. So for mathematics, IT, or any other subject, these could be fine. So what can we do? If we see on the screen that this is a proposed framework, as discussed, TEAL classroom, technology-enabled active learning classroom. We can just, every institution can set up a classroom, because of course, these gadgets are expensive, so these cannot be arranged for all the students. So one classroom can be arranged for this one. And within that classroom, the teachers, for example, we took the example of 3 departments, English, mathematics, and IT. So from each department, for finding the available resources of VR and AR from the internet and from the stores, app stores, we can just choose representatives from each department. They can work on the basis of the guidelines that those have been given in the paper, and they can integrate those things, because the thing is, we cannot directly convert all the contents of a study into VR and AR. Some of the things, if we convert and we ask a company, we need as well the gadgets for VR, AR, MR, and XR. So that's why it is proposed that first each institution gets the idea that what are these devices, how these devices work, how we can integrate the material. So we will go, with the micro steps towards the future. So they will find, as shown earlier, at these points, these applications and these links are available from where these virtual reality 360-degree videos can be just downloaded or saved, and these could be integrated. And what can they do whenever they find something? This, for example, for English, for listening purposes, they can add, just within the technology-enabled classroom, they can add one session or one lecture, and they can integrate or change their studying content according to the content freely available on YouTube, for example. So in this case, they will understand, teachers and students will just get the idea how the AR works, and same thing for the other categories of AR, VR, MR, and XR. So basically, this is one of the technology-enabled classroom. And if we just move towards this one, in the conclusion, and especially one of the recommendation here is that because these are expensive gadgets, so if we check here, that we can add few of them, like let's say if we talk about the technology-enabled classroom, and let's move here, maybe the picture is, we can see here this one at the right side, that we can just take, let's say, we can dedicate one room as a technology-enabled active learning classroom, buy 4 or 5 VR headsets and tablets, install these things, and ask the applications, and ask the concerned teachers, those are dedicated for this one, to just integrate their material with these gadgets, and just on an experimental and basis to understand what is the future of digital teaching and learning. And then after that, the problem is basically, of course, these labs could be established, probably the number could be 1 or 2, it could not be more. So that's why we can plan for different classrooms and different teachers. For example, in one semester or 1 year, how many times teacher A will use this one with group 1 or class number 1, and teacher A will use with group 2. So everyone will get the idea about this one, because of course this is the future. So in general, this is economical, easy in pocket, and understand the requirements of the institution. Then later on, if when the technology will be cheaper within few years, because if we check, it's mentioned here that at least 1 decade is required to fully implement these kind of technologies. It is according to the researchers. So this is very important, so they understand about this thing, about the future, about the integration of materials, then we can move towards the future. And these are the challenges, these are the opportunities in general, and this is the framework that has been just proposed using this paper and references. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the public? No. I have a question. What are the limitations for using this technology in classrooms, especially regarding people with disabilities? Not even physical disabilities, maybe motion sickness or just glasses, using glasses. What are the limitations regarding that?
Okay, regarding you're talking about inclusion or inclusive education. So basically, we do have different kind of software for this one. So right now, this one is just, we are talking about in general. So we could include as well. But in this case, because you said that there are different kind of disabilities and there are different kind of learners as well. So especially regarding the inclusion, they are working towards that one. And there are opportunities, but probably that would be after the full implementation of this thing. However, we have different technologies in the market. There are different softwares. Those are purely dedicated for, let's say, deaf students or mute students, or and some of them, those have physical disabilities. We do have the softwares available in the market. So those could be integrated as well as you can see a future work, or they can work on this one. And the same people, for example, we could have a team for dedicated for these kind of software integration with course contents, and these could be fine. These are available, and there is research available, but that is limited because right now they need a budget. Normally, I did check with different schools and colleges. In general, they don't have the budget because it needs, and they don't have the speciality. The most important thing is that different organizations should think about hiring the people. Those should just create the content in the future for both, for inclusive education or in general for the normal students.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you for participating in this year's conference. We hope to see you again next year. Now I would like to call my dear colleagues, Professor Daniela Ljubović and Professor Miroslava Raspopović-Milić, to close this conference.
Please, Miroslava Raspopović-Milić.
Well, I don't know how many people are still following on the camera, on the stream, but to everybody that is in the present still here, thank you for coming to our conference. We have really tried hard to make these 2 days interesting and as interactive as possible. We hope to see you next year as well, and we will work on the topics that we see that this year people are interested in. And of course, I do have, even though there's not a lot of people here to witness this, but I have to thank Daniela and especially Milica, because Milica has been our glue to put all of this together, the one who is behind our easy chair communication for all of the scientists that they have submitted the paperwork. So thank you. And I guess we should say that we're officially closing this year's conference and hope to see you next year. Thank you.